Well, it's after 6 o'clock.
Wait a second.
I'm waiting. You tell me when, that's when I'll go.
Joe?
Yes, sir.
Transpired.
Let's call our meeting to order. We'll start with the invocation by the Honorable Martha Casadebon.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for your most gracious love and guidance that you give us. Continue to bless us and keep us safe. And Lord, help us make the right decisions and that we make tonight. Be with us as we go on our way home. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. We have the pledge led by the Honorable Cheryl Tanner.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Smith,
Here.
Mr. Rowling,
Here.
Ms. Casadebon,
Here.
Ms. Seiden, Mr. Phillips,
Here.
Ms. Tanner, Mr. Impastato,
Here.
Mr. Burt,
Here.
Mr. Kugel,
Here.
Ms. O'Brien, Mr. Loughlin,
Here.
Mr. Bender,
Here.
Mr. Corbin,
Here.
and Mr. Strickland. We have a quorum.
Okay, for public comment, a 3-minute time limit is established for each member of the public wishing to speak for or against an item on the agenda, except appeals. You must submit the comment card prior to the commencement of discussion on the agenda item if you would like to speak on that item. Where are the, can you please point out where the comment cards are so everybody sees? Right on the table in the front. To ensure that all speakers are heard, please hold cheers and applause. Anyone who wishes to place a comment in the record but who does not wish to speak at the podium may fill out a speaker card and check the box indicating that you do not wish to speak. So we begin our evening with our presentations. The first presentation is a proclamation to the St. Tammany Parish Government Employee of the Month. Mr. President.
Good evening, members of the council, and those that are here this evening joining us for the regular council meeting for May. I have an honor every month to acknowledge an employee of the month, and this evening, our employee, Mr. Phil Schutte, is a member of our Environmental Services Department. He was nominated by Director Tim Brown, and I'd like to read this proclamation. Whereas Phil Schutte joined St. Tammany Parish government in September of 2006 in the Public Works Department before moving to Environmental Services in March of 2017 as the Litter Abatement Coordinator. Whereas Phil currently supervises a crew of 4 parish employees who work alongside residents assigned community service hours to remove litter from public spaces. And whereas Phil also assists the litter abatement officer in investigating illegal dump sites, leading to the successful prosecution of 19 litter citations last year. And whereas in 2024, Phil and his team collected and disposed of 61 tons of garbage, cleaned 200 miles of roadway, and supervised 413 community service workers. And whereas he also provides essential logistical support for household hazardous waste collection days and other litter cleanup events that residents eagerly participate and anticipate each year. And whereas Phil is a dedicated team player who consistently makes himself available to support all environmental services tasks and parish beautification initiatives. And whereas Phil is an outstanding employee who sincerely cares about preserving the beauty of St. Tammany Parish and is committed to serving its citizens. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as parish president of this great parish, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Phil Schutte as Employee of the Month, May 2025, and encourage all employees, our council, and residents of St. Tammany Parish to thank him for his contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Now you'll see on the screen a photograph of me with a proclamation handing it to Employee of the Month, Phil Schutte. He could not be present tonight because he went fishing. Seriously, he is a member of the Liars and Lunkers who bass fishes every Thursday night from March through August. He launches at Lock 1 boat launch. We just recently renovated that. And he's, again, been doing it for 18 years, and he's regrets that he couldn't be here this evening. I bet he does. But he did. He is a great employee, and we're honored to give him this award. He's a director of the program, so he had to be there, and I acknowledge that. And so he's here with us in spirit, and we want to acknowledge Phil Schutte as Employee of the Month. Thank you.
Okay, our next presentation is a presentation of a proclamation to the University of New Orleans by the Honorable Pat Burke.
Good evening. So I have to, for full disclosure purpose, I have to say that Dr. Sheree Trumbach is a personal friend of mine. So when she approached me a couple of months ago in regards to support of the University of New Orleans, of course I couldn't tell her no, right? So we put together a plan to not only do St. Tammany, but I've also contacted Orleans, Jefferson Parish, and St. Bernard Parish, and we are all going to do a resolution of support for the University of New Orleans and the impact it has on our region. So at this time, I'd like to read something here about the University of New Orleans. The University of New Orleans is the only public research university in Greater New Orleans area serving the needs of our city, region, state, and entire nation. With an undergraduate tuition of less than $10,000 per year, UNO remains a uniquely affordable local choice for students. UNO is the sole public institution within the Greater New Orleans area offering both undergraduate and graduate degrees in high-demand areas, both in STEM fields and those related to our region's crucial cultural economy. UNO makes a major impact. A 2016 study estimated that for every dollar in support for UNO, it generated between $3 and $4 in benefit to the local economy. So over the last 67 years, UNO has graduated more than 80,000 students and is widely credited with building the region's middle class. UNO ranked 102 nationally in the CollegeNet Social Mobility Index. Graduates leave UNO with the lowest average debt load of any public or private university in the state, offering a full slate of university majors. So with that, I'd like to read my, my proclamation here. So it says, the Parish Council would like to recognize the University of New Orleans for the commitment to providing high-quality education at an affordable cost, producing talented graduates who strengthen the region's workforce and engaging with the community in meaningful ways. Whereas UNO plays a critical role in providing affordable, high-quality education to students from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds, and whereas the research and scholarship of UNO facility enhance our region, state, and nation, whereas UNO is the only urban public research university in the metro area, and whereas UNO faculty and staff are engaged in and vital members of our regional community, and whereas UNO's contributions to the workforce development, economic impact, and social mobility strengthen the state of Louisiana and enhance our long-term prosperity. And therefore, on this first day of May 2025, I, Patrick Burke, Councilman District 8, along with the entire council, do hereby support that May 2nd be known as University of New Orleans Day in St. Tammany Parish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that it? Our next presentation is to recognize May 12th through the 17th as Economic Development Week, be presented by the Honorable Jeff Corbin. And I would like to say that we have an incredible economic development team in St. Tammany Parish that's doing a fantastic job.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. I have the distinct honor of giving out two of these tonight. Two of my peers are out and unavailable this evening, and opposed to delaying the process, they asked if I'd read the proclamations for them.
Very good.
So one of them I'm signed on with, the other one I'm not. So the Parish Council would like to recognize May 12th through 16th, 2025 as Economic Development Week in St. Tammany Parish, in coordination with the International Economic Development Council, the IEDC. Whereas the economic development profession cultivates thriving neighborhoods, champions sustainability and resiliency, boosts economic prosperity, enhances the quality of life, and builds robust tax bases, and whereas economic developers serve as stewards of community advancement, building bridges between stakeholders such as residents, business leaders, elected officials, industry executives, and technical educational institutions to promote job creation, infrastructure investment, community development, and a more vibrant and resilient future. And whereas St. Tammany Economic Development Corporation and its regional, state, and national partners work collaboratively to attract and expand businesses, support workforce development, and foster a strong and diversified economy for the people of St. Tammany Parish. And whereas Economic Development Week, established by the EDC in 2016, serves as a time to recognize the dedicated work of economic developers and to raise awareness of the programs and initiatives that drive economic growth, job creation, and community vitality. And whereas St. Tammany Parish joins in this celebration to highlight the importance of economic development in improving the lives of citizens and strengthening the region's future. Therefore, on this first day of May 2025, we, Kathy Seiden, Councilwoman District 4, and Jeff Corbin, Councilman District 13, along with the entire council, do hereby proclaim May 12th to 16th, 2025 as Economic Development Week in St. Tammany Parish, and encourage all citizens, businesses, and institutions to join in this observance in appreciation of the essential role economic development plays in building opportunity, enhancing lives, and moving communities forward. We've got one more. We're not done yet. Oh. We should have it down by now. Thank you so much. Thank you. You want to say anything?
Well,
on behalf of the Commissioners of St. Tammany Corporation, first and foremost, I want to thank you, Jeff, Kathy, and the entire council for your leadership and your recognition of the great work and service that Chris and his entire team are doing on behalf of the entire parish. I think we are all in a great position for success and continue to position ourselves for economic growth and development that we can all be proud of. So thank you again.
Thank you, Cindy.
Okay, and our next presentation is also going to be by Councilmember Corbin. It's a presentation to recognize Buyer Integrated Systems on their 80th anniversary.
Mr. Carl. All right. The Parish Council would like to recognize Buyer Integrated Systems for celebrating its 80th anniversary and commend the company for its ongoing contributions to St. Tammany Parish and the maritime industry. Whereas Buyer Integrated Systems, headquartered in St. Tammany Parish, is a nationally recognized leader in maritime and offshore technology, providing cutting-edge integrated systems, navigation, dynamic positioning, and vessel control technology to clients around the world. And whereas 2025 marks the 80th anniversary of Buyer Integrated Systems, a significant milestone that reflects decades of dedication to innovation, engineering excellence, and long-term business success. And whereas since its founding in 1945, the company's continued presence and investment in St. Tammany Parish exemplifies the strength of the local business climate and the importance of advanced manufacturing and maritime technology to our regional economy. Their 80-year legacy is a source of pride for the parish and serves as an inspiration to other businesses committed to excellence, resilience, and innovation. And therefore, on this first day of May 2025, I, Jeff Corbin, substituting for Jimmy Strickland, Councilman District 14, along with the entire council, do hereby congratulate Buyer Integrated Systems on the celebration of its remarkable 80th anniversary and express appreciation for the company's many contributions to St. Tammany Parish, the maritime sector, and the economic vitality of our region. Congratulations, Mr. Buyer. I don't know if many of you know, Jimmy could not be here tonight. His son's playing in the state, or his grandson's playing in the state baseball tournament. and so he needed to be there. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. He apologized for not being here, Mr. Carl, but I'd like to present you with that. Went the right way this time?
What people? Okay.
Mr. Carl, would you like to say a few words? It's quite a legacy.
No, let him go first.
We'd like to thank the St. Tammany Parish Economic Group for their assistance. 2 years ago, our plant was in Port Bienville, Mississippi, and we moved to the James Industrial Park in Slidell, which was a major improvement for us. And we came in with approximately 60 employees at that time. We're up to about 75 now. And our anticipation with contracts that we have, that will grow to another 10 or 15 employees. So we're thrilled to be have the business of that plant back in the parish, and look forward to continued growth here. Thank you.
Mr. Meyer, before you leave, I have something for you, too. Just briefly.
Don't go anywhere.
On behalf of our citizens, Mr. Meyer, I had the honor of attending your groundbreaking, or actually your ribbon cutting a few months ago in your new facility in Slidell. Right. And we certainly appreciate you being here. And on behalf of our citizens, I'd like to present you with this proclamation as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I held it up when we did it. That's how you want to do it. We'll get another picture. Okay. That's how you want to do it. Come on. There we go. For old time's sake. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, recognizing Economic Development Week, our next presentation is to recognize Chilco Incorporated for their continued business growth and community contributions. I'll be making this presentation. Okay, St. Tammany Parish Council would like to recognize Chilco Incorporated for its continued growth, dedication to workforce development, and positive impact in the St. Tammany Parish business community. Chilco is located in St. Tammany Parish. Lacombe is a growing business providing high-quality HVAC and refrigeration services to residential, commercial, and industrial clients across the region. And whereas Chilco Incorporated has demonstrated a strong and ongoing commitment to workforce development by investing in employee training, skills development, and career advancement opportunities. And whereas the company's emphasis on service excellence, customer satisfaction, and professionalism has earned it a respected reputation in the local business community. And whereas Chilco Inc. remains steadfast in their commitment to strengthening the local economy, providing meaningful employment opportunities, and enhancing the quality of service available in the region. And therefore, on this day, May 2025, I, Joe Impastato, Councilman of District 7, along with the entire council, do hereby recognize and commend Chilco Incorporated for its continued innovation, commitment to workforce excellence, and valuable role in supporting the economic vitality of St. Tammany Parish. I have to tell you, I had the privilege of taking a tour of this facility and meeting this gentleman right here, and his commitment to what he does, his passion for what he does is truly inspiring. If you have the time, learn more about it. It's a great organization. Thank you so much, Frank.
Just want to thank the council, Mr. Impastato. We've been in business 29 years this November. Been blessed to be in St. Tammany 22 of those. Started right across the street by Church of the King. Sold to a church and bought a church in Lacombe, and we've been blessed to do so. So thank you very much.
Okay, now we move on to our appeals segment of the agenda. Each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their Oh, I'm so sorry, Arthur. First of all, it's Arthur's birthday, so happy birthday, Arthur. Second of all, I forgot his presentation. It's not on the agenda, so it is a point of personal privilege, as I've been corrected by Katrina and Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we begin, this is something extra special to my heart, not only because I have a bachelor's degree from Loyola in psychology, and before Katrina, I worked for 2.5 years in the psychiatry department of the LSU Medical School. But before I moved back to Boston, I worked in a psychiatric emergency room. So it was an ER, regular ER, but we had dedicated psychiatric facilities inside so we could house up to 20 people. The Parish Council would like to recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month and raise awareness about mental health, reduce stigma, and promote support for individuals and families affected by mental illness in our parish. Whereas mental health supports individuals in their ability to manage emotions, build relationships, contribute to society, and cope with life's challenges. And whereas mental health conditions can disrupt these abilities and may become life-threatening if untreated. Whereas 1 in 5 adults experience a mental health concern each year, these conditions may contribute to or signal the onset of mental illness. And whereas 1 in 17 adults live with serious mental illness, such as major depression, bipolar disorder, or schizophrenia. And whereas approximately 50% of all chronic mental illnesses begin by age 14 and 75 by age 24. And whereas there is often a significant delay, sometimes decades, between the first appearance of symptoms and access to effective treatment and care. And whereas early intervention and appropriate treatment can significantly improve the likelihood of recovery and positive long-term outcomes. And whereas mental health education and awareness empower individuals to recognize symptoms, reduce stigma, and seek help when needed. And whereas every individual, family, organization, and community, including local mental health partners such as NAMI, Southeastern Louisiana, can play a role in supporting mental wellness and reducing the stigma around mental illness. And whereas community-wide initiatives and public education can improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental health conditions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Arthur Laughlin, Councilman District 11, along with the entire council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month in St. Tammany Parish, and call upon our citizens, schools, businesses, and civic organizations to join in promoting awareness, acceptance, and action in support of mental health.
Good evening. I am Amy Ebersabel, and I serve on the board of NAMI Southeast Louisiana. Since 1949, Mental Health Awareness Month has been a driving force in addressing the challenges faced by millions of Americans living with mental health conditions. We serve 9 parishes now: Jefferson, Livingston, Orleans, Plaquemine, St. Bernard, St. Helena, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Washington. On behalf of Nick Richard, the Executive Director, and the Board of Directors, I am honored to receive this proclamation from St. Tammany Parish. We are grateful because by being here with you tonight, we are working to eliminate the stigma of mental illness. We are fortunate to be in a community where the parish president and the parish council support the efforts of NAMI. P.S. NAMI Walks is May 17th, and I have a team if anybody wants to walk with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, before we move on to the appeals, I'd also like to announce that Thursday at 2:30, the 8th, here at Coop Drive will be our Home Rule Charter Committee meeting. A lot of very important issues are discussed, and we would love to see you attend. Now moving on to the appeals. Each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their case and 3 minutes for rebuttal. A 2-minute conclusion per side may be allowed if questions are asked by the council. Our first appeal is H1 Associates, Jeff Valley, appealing the Zoning Commission denial on February 4th, 2025 to rezone 305.5 acres of land, more or less, located on the north side of U.S. Highway 190, Ronald Reagan Highway, and on the west side of Louisiana Highway 1077, Covington, from its existing R1 Rural Residential District to an S2 Suburban Residential District, Ward 1, District 3. The petitioner, HS1 Associates, Robert Humphreys. Owner, HS1 Associates, Robert Humphreys. It was postponed for 2 months on 3/6/2025. We have Mr. Representation for Mr. Valet. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize. Ms. Casabon?
Yes. This appeal I did postpone for 2 months. In that time, the developer came back with a plan that was totally different than what the planning and zoning had seen, and many upgrades with everything, all the concerns that I had about the roads, infrastructure, drainage, etc. He came back with a plan that was different, and I found out I couldn't send it back to the planning and zoning. So we had a community meeting and updated the community on this. It was about 2.5 hours, and I appreciate everybody coming. And they even gave me more food for thought in working with this. And I'm asking to have it tabled 1 more month for reasons that it's too dense, and he had talked about in bigger lots. But also, I'm looking at this area of Goodby. We had a Goodby study that took about 5 years to do, regional detention, drainage, and the study came back that it was over $20 million a pumping system, which we knew was out of the parish's reach for, this one area. And I'd like to take this month and the opportunity to work and talk with the developer about some regional detention, if there's anything that he could do in that area of regional detention. I know this is a zoning case, but it is an opportunity that to see what, how he can improve it, and nothing will go forth until I have more community meetings and the community knows what's going on. So I'm asking for a 1 month postponement.
So you have a motion to postpone for 1 month. Mm-hmm. I'm going to call on you, Mr. Smith, but I would like to know if anybody has a second on this motion to discuss it. Second by Ms. Tanner. Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you. I respectfully oppose another postponement. We as a council are not here to discuss plans. We are here to discuss the denial, the unanimous denial recommendation that P&Z made. We've now had 2 months to consider that denial. In my opinion, we're doing a disservice to the residents of this parish, specifically in that community, by continuing to postpone this decision that we should be able to make. It's a simple decision. It's a zoning change request, zoning change from R1, which we should all understand right now what the kind of density that is, to SR2. I believe it's called SR2.
S2.
Just S2, not R. S2, which that density is quite different, very much significantly more dense than what R1 is. P&Z was unanimous with their opinion. The developer chose to appeal it to us. It's not about I'm changing plans. It's not about, oh, we're going to come up with another idea. That's fine and dandy, but that has nothing to do with making a decision on this appeal of a zoning change request. And with all due respect, I love my colleagues, and sometimes you got to step on somebody's foot and express your opinion, but I feel like that's the fair thing to do for those that we represent, and I'm talking about the residents that live here. And that's my opinion.
Let's please, I appreciate the applause. Please keep that down. Mr. Kugel?
Yes, thank you. Martha, I mean, I want to be sensitive to you understanding your district more than us. But to Rick's point, how is a plan change going to change the fact that this is asking for a zoning? I mean, what's going to change in a month that is not still going to be, the question before us is going to be the zoning change?
Oh, Ms. Kazima, hold on. Okay.
We presented, because with the residents, the developer took back what the residents said about the density the other night, and they're indicating that, yes, they're going to come in with some larger lots. What I guess I'm trained to do for many, many years, when we had the PUDs, we were able to do this sort of, I guess, negotiating, telling the developer what we didn't like about it, how it wouldn't work, and when they would come back with a plan that would alleviate some of the problems in an area, that's what we did. We just gave them a chance, but we don't have we have a PUD zoning now, but it has to be under 30 acres. So I guess my mentality is I'm still working with the developer to bring improvements to the area through this subdivision. And we know we don't want the density that it is now. I know this is a zoning thing, but we used to have in the PUD that we could lock in all these things we're talking about. No, it is for it is just a zoning case. And we deny it, it sets back a year. So I'm just trying to do some improvements in my area that I know is needed, and Parish isn't, they proposed Boulevard. We wouldn't be able to do that for, if at all. But the drainage is what I'm most concerned about, because the Goodby drainage was out of our reach to be able to help the people, and that's what I'm just trying to talk with the developer about, some regional detention, and it's 1 month. And then, if it doesn't work out, then of course we deny it.
Okay, we have Mr. Kugel and Mr. Smith.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. And I appreciate the explanation. I guess I just want to, so in a month, we're still going to have the question before us, are we going to have a more different zoning? Because R1 is 5 acres per lot, if I recall. This is it's S2, which is how many acres per lot again?
6 units per acre.
6 units per acre. That's a,
That's a definite no.
well, I guess, and they're saying that the new plan is not going to be that dense, but the zoning will. And
Well, not if he changes his request for the zoning.
so he's going to change the,
the density.
Okay, I'm going to defer to Mr. Smith.
Okay, thank you. For some clarification.
Mr. Smith.
For some clarification, if we were to uphold and take a vote tonight, not postpone, but uphold P&Z's decision to deny, it does not take that piece of property out of commerce for a year. What it would do is it would not allow them to come back and ask for an S2 zoning. They could come back and ask for R2, L1, they can do something else. But they wouldn't be able to come back for a year to ask for a high-density S2 zoning. So yes, if we uphold the denial, they can't, that takes that out the picture. So I don't know what the problem is, because listen to Ms. Casadabon, they want to create a less dense plan. Well, we're guaranteeing that they'll have to do that by upholding this denial. They'll have to do it. So, thank you.
Please, let us get through this. Mr. Laughlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for Mr. Liner or for legal, but and I'll ask the question first, and either one of y'all can answer it. Currently, the rules don't allow Ms. Casabon to send it back to P&Z. We're working on making a change that's coming in. If we postpone this instead of maybe for 1 month, for 60 days, would that give us enough time to perhaps, instead of that, kick it back to P&Z? Who would that?
We are working on an amendment that would allow the council to remand cases back to the Planning and Zoning Commission when there have been substantial changes to what the Planning and Zoning Commission considered when they voted. Mr. Liner, I believe, is working on that amendment to put it before the Zoning Commission in May or June. But it's probably likely going to be at least 60 days, if not 90, before that gets to the council and is adopted.
So my question would be, would that be a better solution, because it would allow Ms. Casabon to do what she's trying to do?
Well, it probably have to be 90 days, right? Because if it's introduced in June, July, and then August. So I think it's very good.
So maybe, Ms. Casabon, would you consider?
I mean, there's a couple of different options here. If y'all want me to just throw some out and you can consider them.
Yeah, just let us know what we're choosing. Thank you.
One would be to wait until that ordinance change to allow the remand to occur. One would be to postpone this matter and allow the developer to come and request a downzoning from the S2. We never allow anyone on appeal to request a higher zoning density than what was considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission, but they are allowed on appeal to ask for a less dense zoning district than what was considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The other thing would be, if you all voted to deny this, you could refer the case back to the Planning and Zoning Commission with a different recommended zoning classification for them to consider, so that they would not be paying those application fees again. But we might need more information to do that as well. I don't know that we're in a position to do that tonight. I'm just throwing out some different options for you all to consider.
Ms. Casabon, 1 second. We have Mr. Kugel, Mr. Smith, and then you.
Thank you, Emily. First off, so couldn't the developer tonight ask for a less dense? Are they not prepared to do? I don't want to put them on the spot. And then the second question is sort of what to your other. I know, like last year, I did a motion to an existing plot to send a request to P&Z to get rid of a PUD. So that's basically the second thing you're saying is we can send this, we can deny it and send this back to Planning and Zoning now with a recommendation.
Yes, the council can refer zoning changes to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
And we can do that tonight.
Well, I don't know that we have all the information we would need to do that tonight.
But they're not mandated by whatever recommendation we make. We just send it back there with a.
In order to do that tonight, you would have to have an off-the-floor resolution to refer a zoning change to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I don't know that Ms. Casabon would be.
Could I ask real quick? So, but I know when I had done this before, it was just like listed as a discussion item or something. A motion to send. To make just to send something to, so it has to be a resolution?
Or it has to be a motion to refer it back. I'm just saying it's not on the agenda tonight. So the first thing we would have to do is take it off the floor if we were to do that.
Okay, wait 1 second. Let's go in order. Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Then Ms. Casabon, then Mr. Bender.
Thank you. But,
you can.
And this is, I'm going to address this to birthday guy down there. If all we did was wait so that we can make changes so that we can send this back to P&Z, bottom line is, no way, no how is this S2 an appropriate fit. I think we would all agree to that. If we were to uphold the denial, all we're doing is saying, guys, go back and take your new plan, go back before P&Z, request a different zoning, a more appropriate zoning change for your new plan. And then we'll start it, we'll take it again from there. Tonight, what we should be doing is doing what we're supposed to do, which is hearing an appeal about a zoning change, not about what kind of boulevards or streets or draining plans or anything else. We're talking about a zoning change. And I don't know what the problem is and why we can't get past that. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, we have several people in the queue, and we don't want to debate this all night. Ms. Couillon, can you confirm if we deny it, they can still go back to planning and zoning with the lower zoning request, or I guess even a higher, more intense zoning request? Just not the same one.
They cannot come back and request the same zoning change within a year. So they could not come back if they were denied tonight and request S2.
It would just have to be different.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Cole, Ms. Castellini, okay. Yes, ma'am.
It went off again.
Oh. Wait. You have to press your light one more time. Now wait for me. Okay, you're ready.
All right. Yes, this is all I wanted to do, because trying to be fair to developer and the people that to see this plan that they ended up with, and also that my request to them is about this drainage. But anyway, but that's what I felt like, that the planning and zoning needed to see this new plan. They now know that we don't want, and I had one of the vice chairman of planning and zoning be there and point blank told the developer that this is why it was denied, because of its density and everything. So that's, if there's any way that we can send it back to the planning and zoning.
And I'll throw out one more option too. You all can only move by action of the council at a meeting that we usually only hold once a month. However, the administration, the director of planning and development, he can refer any matter to the planning and zoning commissions at any time. So if the parties were working together and if there was some compromise zoning request that was put forward, the administration through the planning director could put that forward as a referral to the planning and zoning commission, actually the zoning commission in this case, at any time without council action.
Okay, we have two more comments in the queue, then let's act on the motion. Mr. Laughlin?
I'll yield.
Okay, Ms. Casabon, in light of the new information, would you like to change your motion?
To referring it to the.
Well, I guess actually, if you don't want to postpone, we would have to hear the appeal. Correct? Do you still want to? You have a motion on the floor to postpone for 30 days.
Right.
Would you like to change that motion?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second to postpone for 30 days.
Right. So we'll vote.
Okay, so we have a motion and second on the floor to postpone for 30 days. Each speaker has 1 minute to speak in regards to the postponement. I'm so sorry, Mr. Bender.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I noticed Mr. Liner was trying to get up here. You don't want to now?
I mean, really, the only thing I was going to say is that, yes, working with the council, we can refer any property at any time to the commission for a hearing. That's the only thing I want to point out, just another option, and Emily already said it, so that was it.
Okay.
So you're saying that we could send it back to planning and zoning? Not us, or you?
Working with the council.
You're working with us. So if I make a motion to refer this back to planning and zoning, no. I'm confused.
You cannot remand this appeal.
Gotcha.
To the Planning and Zoning Commission. But you could request that Ross put a new zoning case back before the Zoning Commission. And Ross has the authority to do that.
I got you. Okay. But this
Okay,
one.
so what would be
So
the
this
motion?
one would have to be denied to do that?
Not necessarily. If it's postponed, we could still have that move forward.
Okay.
And then next month, if this
Okay.
comes up again, and if it's been referred as a different zoning case, then at that point, it might be moot, and it could just be withdrawn from the agenda.
Gotcha. Okay, well, then I'd stand with the tabling for 1 month.
Okay, we have one more comment from a council member, then we're going to, Mr. Phillips.
So the only motion was to postpone. There was no, Rick, you didn't make a motion, right? Okay. Okay.
We have to vote on this motion first.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so just so everybody understands, Emily, can you please help explain? So if this is postponed, what is the route to get it back to planning and zoning?
That council person could request to the administration that the administration refer a new planning case to the zoning commission. No, not if it's the administration doing it. If the council were going to do the referral, it would have to be done at a council meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion and second on the floor to postpone. We have several speakers. So remember, the motion is to postpone. So you have 1 minute to speak in regards to the postponement. But it sounds like this case will be going back through the administration to the Planning and Zoning Commission. The first speaker is, oh my gosh, I cannot, Thomas Druin? Okay. Hold on, do we have the wrong cards?
That's the only cards we have. He just doesn't want to speak.
Where are the cards that want to speak? I thought they were separated.
Yeah.
These all said do not wish to speak either. Hold on, we have confusion. I did not mess them up. Okay, all do not wish to speak, all do not wish to speak. These are all. Okay, Mr. Steve Pierce. Mr. Pierce, you have 1 minute to speak in regards to the postponement.
Hi, I'm Steve Pierce. I'm pretty sure you're going to say what I'm bringing before you has nothing to do with this meeting tonight. With this
You have 1 minute, you can
subdivision.
say whatever you want.
It absolutely does.
Okay.
I'm affected by a subdivision, deeply affected by a subdivision on drainage. I live on 12387 Ark Road, and what's been done on the road I live on, I'm telling you, is a crime. It's literally a crime. When I moved there 23 years ago, you people permitted 24-inch culverts on Ark Road. Now, the ditch on Ark Road, after being dug out like 13 times since this subdivision started at Spring Lakes, now the ditch is 13 feet wide at the top, is 36 inches deep, and probably nearly that at the bottom. What you people do is you come out there with a track hoe. You just dug it today, again, and that's the only reason I'm speaking.
Well, thank you for coming, Mr. Pierce. We appreciate it. Yes, sir, we understand. Your time is up. I understand. Mr. Pierce, I understand, but you have to, this is something you can take on separately with your council member, the administration, not anymore at this meeting. I understand. There's nothing we can do here tonight. And you have, look, you got it out. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Henderson? Mr. Henderson, you have 1 minute to speak. Please state your name for the record when you get up to the podium, and try to, you're speaking in regards to whether it should or should not be postponed. Please try to stay on topic.
Donald Henderson, 223 B-Bomb Circle. Due to the nature of this particular property and the severe issues that are in the area due to critical drainage, I think it's in the best interests of transparency and the best interests of the public to deny this and have it go back through the planning process so that it can be vetted properly. At this moment, there's a lot of questions to be answered. There's a lot of issues on the books. I could go over a list of whole certain, but that's not relevant at this point. It should be postponed. I think that's the right choice.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
I'm not. Should be not be postponed, not be postponed. Thank you, thank you.
We got it.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Scott Mesa? Mr. Scott Mesa? Please, you have 1 minute to speak about whether it should be postponed or denied. Please try to stay on topic. State your
Scott
name.
Mesa, I live at 11,100 Oil Well Road. I've been there since 2011. Ever since they started building spring lakes and everything else down the south side of me, it has backed up all the water on the north side. As it floods where they want to build this neighborhood, it's going to back up onto Gottschalk Road, which in return keeps going north onto everybody else on that side, floods across to my side. 2016, I had 3 foot of water all the way around my house. Never happened before they built spring lakes. I just think it's a bad idea to build anything on that side over there due to the Beatico River and everything else on that side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next is Mr. Matthew Allen.
Enough said.
No pass? Okay. Next again is Mr. Matthew Allen. I'm assuming you're going to pass again. Miss Erin Carboni. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. Please state your name for the record, and you have 1 minute to speak on whether or not you feel it should be postponed.
Aaron, I don't think it should be postponed, and honestly, I really want to read what the regulations state on the zoning.
Yeah, speak into the microphone, please.
All right, I want to state what Mrs. Cooperman actually stated back on March 6th regarding the statutes and what you're
Ms.
actually
Carboni,
voting here today.
I know you're talking a little bit louder. If you could just come a little closer to the microphone.
I'm
And
gonna
everybody
spit on
else,
it.
please keep as close as you can.
So what you said was the regulation shall be made in accordance with the comprehensive plan and designed to lessen congestion in public streets, secure safety for fire, promote health and the general welfare, provide adequate light and air, avoid undue concentration of population, facilitate adequate transportation, water supply, sewage, schools, parks, and other public requirements. The regulation shall be made with reasonable consideration of the character of the district and the peculiar suitability for particular uses, and with the view to conserving the values of buildings and encouraging the most appropriate use of land throughout the municipality. That is what y'all are voting here today. That's the zoning for today. This isn't for planning, this isn't for drainage, this isn't for anything else. It's for that right there. And it should not be postponed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carboni. Next, we have Mr. Bruce Lambert. Please state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
My name is Bruce Lambert. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Just want to make sure I live at 10062 Hereford Road. I'm speaking on my own recognition, and I'm speaking in denial of this project. And I was thinking everybody in this room is cheering for the home team, which is St. Tammany Parish. So the greatest number 9 in Louisiana history is Drew Brees. 9. 9 is the number of traffic-generated trips for a single unit house, generated according to ITE used by Louisiana DOTD. So think about it, 1,000 homes is over 9,000 trips on a road a day. Right now, Turnpike Road has 4,000 daily trips or cars. At the intersection of I-12, it's 19. If you add the existing things, say you add another 1,000 homes on the corner that's already planned, well, suddenly you're almost doubling the rated capacity of the road that's there now with the existing plans.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Lambert. Okay, next we have Ms. Linda Williams. Yes, ma'am. State your name for the record, and you have 1 minute. Please speak close to the microphone so everyone can hear
I have
you.
a big mouth. You'll be able to hear me.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you very much, sir, for listening. I don't know what's wrong with rural 5 acres. It's a precedent out there. I'm just saying, what's wrong with that? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. I don't know if you guys live out there, but there are constant automobile accidents. I know you know that, and that's a wetland. I mean, so that is going to flood. I'm not a council person or an engineer. I'm medical, but it's there and I hope you guys will really consider denying this. This is not good for the community out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bieber. Next, we have Mr. Paul Marone, who did 2 speaker cards.
Because it's 2 different appeals.
Okay,
Thank you,
why-
Mr. Chairman. Paul Marone on behalf of the developer. I would start by saying respectfully, this is not a simple process. It is anything but a simple process. It is a quite convoluted and complicated process that we all, the developers, the residents, the parish, try to navigate. We had a 2.5-hour meeting just Tuesday night about this project. It was a good meeting in the sense there was good dialogue back and forth. There was a lot that came out of that meeting. At the end of that meeting, some of the residents requested table this case. Both these cases, we only have two days before. That absolutely was said.
Be respectful.
To suggest, well, let's just decide whether it should be S2 or not, there is a lot that goes into that. There is a lot of consideration. Maybe a portion should be HC2 or S2, maybe a portion shouldn't. It is not black and white. I urge you to give this more time to be able to come to a fully informed decision. Good or bad for me, a fully informed decision.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Murray.
30 days would let you do that.
Okay, I have a question for Ms. Coupillon. I would only be in favor of voting to postpone for my vote if I could be assured it's going back to planning and zoning. How do we make sure that happens?
I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry.
the only way to assure that that happens here tonight is for the council to vote to take an off-the-floor matter up, and that has to be by a unanimous vote, and then vote to refer it back to the Planning Commission with a new zoning referral. However, in order to do that, you need to know what exactly is going to be rezoned to, and if it's going to be different portions of the property, what those zoning classes are going to be. So it's not simple unless you all really are going to just rezone the entire 305 acres to one new zoning classification that you are prepared to do tonight. That's the only way to assure that it goes back to the zoning commission. But I do think that there has been a good faith demonstration of all the parties that this is something that the zoning commission needs to look at again. And if Ms. Kazabon, working with Mr. Liner, can prepare a new zoning recommendation that can get before the zoning commission, we can do that. And worst case scenario, when we're back here at our June meeting, we will hopefully have a motion to refer it back if we're not going to take up the appeals.
Mr. Liner, is that an option you and Ms. Kazabon would be willing to do? Is that a no? And I would, while he's walking up, I'll show the council, this is probably the biggest stack I've ever seen. People opposed to something.
I prefer to come back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, or at this point, the Zoning Commission, as a new request.
You would, okay. Okay. Mr. Smith, you'll be
All
next,
right.
Mr. Phillips.
Good, thank you. Start with, number one, I don't think this is fair to keep postponing because it's not simple for these residents to keep coming out here and being told, oh, we're going to postpone it again. It's a simple request. It's an appeal. If we were to concur, and that's an if we were to concur with P&Z's denial recommendation, it simply tells the developer, you got all the rights in the world to go back to P&Z, go back to planning, submit a new plan. You just can't request an S2 zoning change during the next 12 months.
Right.
And so if we address our job instead of postponing it, and if we were to concur with the zoning committee, the commission, it's a fresh start. They can go back and present their new plans, present their new zoning request. It's pretty simple. And yes, it is simple. That part of the equation's simple, Paul. Thank you.
Okay, last, well, we have 2 more people in the queue, and then we're going to vote. Mr. Phillips and Mr. Corbin.
If H1 and Associates withdrew the appeal right now, can they do that? And what would happen if they did?
Yes, they can withdraw the appeal, and at that case,
So they can't go back to P&Z then?
they can go back to P&Z, but I believe it would have to be a different zoning request for 12 months. But they could go back at any time and request any other zoning classification.
Very good question, though. Mr. Corbin, and then we're going to vote.
I just had a nuanced question. Ross, I don't know if you're the right one or Emily's the right one to answer it. I heard Ms. Casabon, or Councilwoman Casabon, mention potentially a mix between S1 and S2 and something else. If this is denied, can there be a single lot that's S2 within that property? It just could not be all S2, could not come back the same, or does by doing that eliminate the opportunity for S2 for anywhere in that parcel of land?
And legal can correct me if I'm wrong, but it can't be the same exact request, which
Right.
this request is all S2. So some portion could be S2, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor to postpone. Please vote. Yes to postpone, no to not postpone.
The motion fails with 8 nays, 4 yeas, and 2 absent.
Okay, so now we hear the appeal.
Yep.
That was a long time to decide if we're going to hear an appeal, I have to tell you.
We already
Okay.
read it, so we can just.
Then I'll make the motion to.
No, we have to hear the appeal. We have to hear the case.
10 minutes.
Okay, each side, okay, I'm going to read it again. Each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their case and 3 minutes for rebuttal, and 2 minutes conclusion per side may be allowed if questions are asked by the council. We've already read the case. Mr. Marone, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, we know this is a 305-acre site. We know it's zoned R1, R2, and NC2. And we know that we are requesting S2 suburban residential district. I've heard a lot of comments already, oh, S2 is totally inappropriate. I totally disagree with that, and I'm going to lay out why I believe that. Your S2 zoning ordinance says it is intended to provide single-family residential dwellings in a setting of moderate urban density with central utilities, convenience to commercial and employment centers, and access to major transportation routes. This project meets all 4 of those criteria. I'll talk about density in a moment and about your 2040 plan and why this is consistent. But let me first mention that we will have central utilities as required. This location offers Covington to the east. It offers I-12 to the south with a myriad of options for commercial and employment centers as S2 requires. Finally, the property fronts on your two of your major traffic corridors and transportation corridors in 190 going east and west and Highway 1077 going north and south. Therefore, we comply with everything that S2 says we should. What does your 2040 plan say? Well, 50% of this site in your 2040 plan, not the developer's 2040 plan, says that it should be residential medium density. Residential medium density allows density up to 8 units an acre, far greater than what S2 would allow or what we are proposing. So we meet your S2 zoning and we more than comply with your 2040 plan. Let's talk about what's out there. Let's talk about the density. If you look at all of the developed sites that are around this site, our lots are equal to or larger than those developed sites. Preston Vineyards, on Highway 190 immediately across from us, 50-foot and 70-foot lots. Goodby Square, 45 to 60-foot lots. Countryside, just to our east, 60-foot lots. Providence Parks, just to our east and across 1077, 45-foot and 60-foot lots. Eagle Landing, immediately to our north, 55-foot and 80-foot lots. S2 requires 75 by 100-foot lots. Our lots will be equal to or larger than all of those developed sites which encircle us. They encircle us. To suggest that it is insane to ask for S2 on this site, I respectfully do not agree with you. And I ask you to look at your zoning code, I ask you to look at your 2040 plan, and I ask you to look at the zoning map for the sites that are around it. I urge you to consider that. With regards to drainage, we will over-design our system, as I told the commission. We will more than exceed the reduction in runoff that we are required to meet. We will have 50 acres or more in ponds alone on this site. Traffic. After the zoning commission, one of the main things we heard was we're concerned about traffic in the area in the Goodby intersection. What we have proposed and what we laid out to the residents the other night is that we will construct a boulevard going from 190 to 1077, not just a subdivision road, but a boulevard where no lots front that roadway, that will connect these two major highways, that will allow you to bypass the Goodby intersection if you are coming east and going north. If you're going south and going west, it would allow you to totally miss that. We will do that at our cost. We propose to do a cooperative endeavor agreement with the parish, which is not simple, which we could have used the additional time to lock in, to be able to provide that. We were prepared to do that at our cost and at a defined time. Not, well, we'll do it per phase and we'll get it done in 10 years. No, we were proposed to commit to do it on a definite schedule and to get that done. We're still prepared to do that. We're still prepared to make that commitment to you this evening. We were going to propose to take that 13.5 acres out of the zoning request so that you would be assured that it would not be S2. But we don't have time to do that now, so you'll have to take my word that we're going to do it. We would have had time to prove that and to have that locked in, but we didn't have the opportunity because of the decision that was just made. This is not a simple process. We heard the other night, and we have been made aware that there are problems with drainage. The gentleman just came up and said he's got problems but on Ark Road. I think he was talking about Spring Lakes. I could be wrong. But we know there's an issue at Spring Lakes. We committed to assist with that by taking some of the water from Spring Lakes, bringing it through our system because we're across the highway, dealing with that water to help their system. We also committed to doing the same thing for Eagle Landing to our north. Take some of that water in and through our drainage system to help their system perform better, give it greater capacity. Those are things we are prepared to do and can do and will do. It's a little bit complicated. It's not that easy, but these are real problems that we can help bring real solutions to if this project is approved as part of this project. I wish we had time to further flesh those out and prove those out for you. But I can tell you today, and I'm putting it on the record so that you know and so that the world can hear it, that we are committed to doing those things. And we will do those things. And people can laugh and think that, you know, that's crazy developer's lawyer just saying whatever. And you may believe that too. I don't know. But I'm telling you that these are real issues. We're prepared to try to contribute real solutions to the area. If the issue is density, and that's what we're hearing, the issue is density, I respect that. But we cannot ignore what your own zoning code says about S2. Your own zoning code that we had to have a moratorium for 4 years to get right. We got it. It tells us what S2 is and where it should be, and we meet that. You went through a 2040 plan, and you can't ignore that. Half of this site should be more dense than we're proposing. So am I crazy to think that S2 is appropriate with those two factors? Maybe. But then I said, well, what else is out there? Well, let's look at these other zoned properties around us. What is every other subdivision zoned? What lots do they have? Well, we ought to at least be consistent with or have larger lots than them. That seemed reasonable to me, and we've done that. And we've done that. So Is our density so out of whack? I don't think that it is. I've heard so many times, well, it's R1. It should be, that's what it should be. Somebody thought it should be R1. I will tell you respectfully, the way that it has worked in zoning in this parish for the last 30 years for sure, and maybe before that, it has been a case-by-case basis. I've been through a number of comprehensive zoning plans. Never in those zoning plans did I see the council or the police jury at that time take swaths of land and say, I want A4 out here. I want multifamily there. That has not been the way it has been addressed. Right or wrong, intentional or unintentional, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just telling you that the idea has been we're going to put these very low density zones and then we're going to have people come in and on a case-by-case basis, we'll consider that. We may approve some, we may deny some. But the idea that somebody made this A1 years and years, 15 years ago, and then we just turned it to R1, and that's what it was supposed to be forever, I respectfully disagree with that. I don't think that was the mindset, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But if the idea was that this is what it was going to be, then why was there no multifamily? Why were there no more dense zones out there? Why don't you have large swaths of S2 and S1? It's not out there. It's nowhere there. If you could develop on 5-acre sites, you would have seen subdivisions over the last 4 years fighting to get into this podium. Because there was no moratorium about that. Remember, there was no moratorium about those bigger lots. How many did you see? 0. Not one. And that's because it is almost impossible to develop under that density with the requirements of St. Tammany Parish. And to do that pushes your lot cost to a point that nobody can afford it. Nobody can afford it. I urge you to consider our request this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marone. Okay, for the opposition, I don't know if you have a speaker. You still have 10 minutes. So whether you want to break it up or do you have someone that is speaking? Looks like we have a volunteer. Well, let's do it, though. Let's you know. You have 10 minutes, Mr. Allen. Please state your name for the record.
But 2 minutes. Matthew, I do have a packet here I'd like to hand out. And I had sent it as an email earlier. I'm sorry for it being last minute. It's been a really busy week up at the legislature, too. But, yeah, this is not an appropriate place for it. Mr. Marone references a 2040 plan, but it also says you don't increase the density in a flood hazard area. This is a flood hazard area. We have pictures in this packet from all the way around at Godshaw Road, 1077, 190. Multiple floods since 2016. Most of them moderate floods. The 10-year flood, 10% chance, floods this property. And we're not talking drainage. Yeah, they can do a good job engineering drainage. But this is about the flooding from the Tchefuncte River. Not tributaries, not the drainage coming in from the north. This is about the drainage for 120 square miles north of them. That's what floods this area. That's why we shouldn't be increasing residential housing. We're putting people at risk if you do this. And yeah, I've heard council members say, yeah, we can protect it. What's the future cost of protecting it from major river floods? We got to ask that question. What are we going to be ladling onto our future generations here? And most of these subdivisions, as you can see, they have flood issues. Why are we going to keep doing it? We understand St. Tammany Parish government relies on development fees for funding. Yeah, y'all are in a bad spot here based on what's happened in the past. I agree with that. I feel I would never want y'all's job. But approving this development will just be an opportunistic choice when we need more deliberative decisions about floodplains, not based just on the immediate, but on the future of the area. Override the zoning denial, and you burden our future generation with costs to fix it. Floods themselves don't cause damage. It's inappropriate building in flood zones that cause damage. I also want to point out the USAC did a feasibility study back in 21, 22, 23. They looked at the Tchefuncte River. They looked at a diversion canal through this property, actually, or near it, to Abidico Creek. They looked at modifying the channel, dredging it. And you know what they came up with? The only thing they can do to help with floods is raise houses. You're not going to stop these Tchefuncte River floods. Not unless you put a big dam way up in Washington Parish, which is going to be really hard to do. So now I'm going to say y'all talk the talk about sustainable futures. It's time to walk the walk and uphold the zoning denial. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak? You have 7 minutes left. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Donna Beaver, and I live at 74495 Highway 1077. Mr. Marone is correct when he described the FLUM, which is our future land use map, and what's on there. We are a medium and intensity residential district with the 8 units per acre. I don't feel that's appropriate for a flood zone area like Goodby. Goodby has been recognized as having notable flooding events in 2016, 2018, and 2020. It's also a special flood hazard area. Because the parish is flat and rapidly developing, it experiences stormwater flooding and river flooding. We can't control the rivers, but we can control how we slow down rapid development. And in the 2040 plan, it says that because the parish is flat and there's rapidly developing, developments are rapidly happening, that contributes to flooding. So we need to slow that part down. Our floodplain will disappear without appropriate planning and management. Flat land, rapid development, underdeveloped infrastructures, and dense subdivision plans will cause congestion in a flood-prone area with critical drainage issues as described by the Zoning Commission. The infrastructure is not there. The road infrastructure is not there. The drainage infrastructure is not there. We already have over 700 houses that have been approved to be built on this same stretch, this 1 mile stretch from 190 going north down 1077. This subdivision is directly across the road. The new ones that have been approved are on the east side. Isidore subdivision is on the west side. That is too much for this area. Our traffic issues are horrendous and getting worse. So I would please ask that you do not approve this appeal based on infrastructure and flooding fears by the people here. And I will also say the people in this room do not support this because they are concerned about flooding. They've lived it and they don't want to live it again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Beaver. We still have 4 minutes and 39 seconds left. Mr. Breeze?
Mr. Drew Breeze? Yes, we look a lot alike. My name is Bruce Lambert. I live at 10062 Folsom Road, and I apologize. I originally had a longer speech prepared. I wasn't planning to speak for the minute, so I'll take the next 30 minutes to explain my points in more detail.
Yeah, you got 4
The reason I brought it up is, one, I think what you argued is there's a problem we have with the perception of equity. Because we've already built these other houses, we should grant the same equity of land use. I think that's a fallacious argument because we are already overcommitted to what the highway corridor could say. So for instance, right now, as I mentioned earlier, I was rushing through my comments, 4,000 cars a day turn at the Turnpike Road 1077 intersection. By the time you get to I-12, it's 19,000 cars a day. So somewhere in that corridor, you're loading right now, 15,000 cars coming onto that corridor between Turnpike Road and I-12. If we go back to what's standard engineering practice, that's why I mentioned Drew Breeze. One single family house is 9.44 daily trips a day. That's school buses, garbage pickup, friends visiting, everything else. So if you have 1,000 units, you're now adding 1,000, and I'm not talking about their property, just what's already committed. You're already adding basically half of what is already existing on the corridor. The corridor has grown a little over 2% for the past couple years after COVID. And so in 2030, 35, it'll be at 26,000 daily trips. So by the time all this is done, you're actually over the functional class of what the road is designed to be. We already know there's problems coming off of I-12. It backs up onto the interstate. And in a sense, we've already obligated so much additional units on that corridor that we are already behind from a traffic perspective, which means longer emergency response times, longer times for kids on a school bus, all these other things. It's very common to go 3 or 4 cycles in the morning at the Goodby intersection now. So the question is, if you take an average cost going down the corridor, you're suddenly on a daily basis adding, if you take $25 an hour, you're basically adding in both directions almost $25 you're just throwing away of your life in travel time congestion savings every day. You double that, suddenly it's almost $60 of lost productivity to every driver on that corridor. That becomes extremely costly because people then have to think through, how do I manage getting my kids to school? How do I manage going to work? How do I manage all that stuff? So I think the argument of equity, it's what other people have. My kids used that on me when I was younger, and it didn't work. Just because their parents allowed it doesn't mean you should be allowed. I think the corridor is already built out enough that it needs to be considered how the current traffic patterns are going to be addressed, because there is studies up to 190, but not north of 190. And we're talking about everything loading onto that corridor. The corridor they mentioned is a north-south cut-through that will alleviate some of the traffic, but if you look at the traffic counts, most of the people do not turn left or they turn right to go that way. It's basically a north-south corridor. So I would tell you to deny it just simply because the traffic is unable to handle the existing and committed infrastructure and even planning, according to the STIPs and TIPs. You're still looking at 10 or 15 years before you're turning a shovel through the state. So I just think that we're behind. It's not an issue of equity. It's an issue of fairness to the community to address this in a very constructive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's 32 seconds left. If you might like a quick, yes ma'am, by all means, state your name for the record.
Leah Broussard, 123451, Palmer Circle, Covington. All the things that everyone else said, I fully agree with. There's a problem with the flooding, the traffic. And when he brought up the part about schools, where are you going to send all of these kids to school at? Madisonville Elementary is probably full. I don't know about all the other ones. I can only say for that because it's where grandkids go. But where are these kids going to go to school? You need to put some more schools out there if you're going to develop all this land for all these new families to move into. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you. Mr. Marone, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal. Council members, remember, we have 2 more appeals and a lot more on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Impastato. Briefly, so to address the concept that just because there's other subdivisions out there doesn't mean that we should be afforded the same density, that is really just one criteria that I used. I want to remind you again, that was one criteria that is in addition to what your 2040 plan says this property should be and what your S2 description is for this property. So I think together it does suggest that this is an appropriate zone for this location. With regards to Mr. Allen's comments, which I respect and always do, I would disagree with him, as I always do, or most of the time. But I would point out that there is a portion of this property that is in the floodplain. It's between a half and a third, and it depends on whether you look at the existing maps or the new maps, but there is a portion that is. But the point I want to make is that after all the work on the UDC does not say property like this you can't develop. What the UDC says after all that work is if you are going to develop in this area, here is how you do it. And that's how we would develop it. We're fully prepared to comply with all of the provisions of the UDC with regards to fill mitigation, with regards to detention. Everything in the UDC that where it tells us how we must develop property that is in the floodplain, we are ready, willing, and able to comply with. Ms. Donna, I think, said that, we needed to slow down the development. I mean, for 4 years, we had a moratorium in place. For 4 years, we didn't have developments of this type. So we have had some time. I would also say and remind you, oftentimes we look at big projects like this and they can be overwhelming, and I understand that. But this is a 20-year project. If everything went fantastic for us, which it's not, it would be 2 years before we really had the first house out there. And again, 15 to 20 years to be able to complete this project. So this is a long-term, slow-moving type project that does give time for infrastructure. We had 4 years. It's time that we're back in the game, that we have the ability to develop some of our lands. This project, this property, fronts your two major corridors on the west side of the parish, 190 and 1077. And in that location, if not here, then where? Where do we put these developments? If not on these major roadways, where your S2 fits the criteria, where your 2040 plan says it should be, where it's consistent with those developments that are immediately around it. If not here, where?
Thank you, Mr. Marone. The opposition has 3 minutes for rebuttal. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Erin Carboni. So I wanted to talk a little bit about this 2040 plan. It is just that. It is a plan. It is a guidance document. It is not law. It is not statute. It is a plan. I want to talk about a discussion that was had at a breakfast briefing on February 12th. Chris Menzikel, I think, is who spoke. He was very informational. I actually sent you all the video and everything for you guys to look at. In there, he talks about driving, about growth, and nobody wants to be 45 minutes away to drive to school. It takes 45 minutes for a family to drive 8 miles in that area, north to south, because our schools are Lancaster, Mattisville Elementary, Mandeville High School in some sections, and Covington High. Those are all our areas. It is not Pitcher. It is not Covington Elementary. We have to go there. We have the highest amount of per a grade. We have the highest amount per grade. Our enrollments, we have 1,050 kids at Lancaster. We have about 700 and something at Mattisville Elementary. Mattisville Junior High. I sent that all you guys the information. I called every single school to get an enrollment count of this day, because I knew many people move, many people drop out, etc. I want to also remember quality of life. You guys are committed to making sure that we have a quality of life. Quality of life is not sitting in a car for 45 minutes. Quality of life is not sitting in a school bus for 2 hours to get home from school because of the traffic issues that you have. You have 700, I would ask too, do you guys know that there's a housing analysis that's going to happen? What's down the pipeline? How do we know where the crisis is? If nobody really knows what's already been approved since the moratorium, what zonings have already been approved? So we have 700 homes that have come up for, what is this? Providence Park is going to have 456 slab ready to go. They have already started the utilities. You have 66 at Tintella Ranch. You have 170 coming from Spring Lakes. You also talk about wetlands. Y'all said that in the briefing. You specifically said we have to worry about wetlands. That whole back property is wetlands. I know because I live backed up to it, and I had to have Wildlife and Fisheries come out to my property. That is wetlands. They have ravines that go there. As we all know, excuse my French, shit rolls downhill. Everything's going to flood into Beatico.
No more cursing.
I'm sorry. Everything's going to go into Beatico. Everything's going to go into Defuncta River, the Defuncta Estates, all of that. I also sent you guys pictures of the traffic, of the utilities, how many people's homes, Utilities Inc., St. Tammany Utilities cannot keep up with all these developments, pipes are breaking, et cetera, and we're going to be like New Orleans, boil advisories every time we turn around, and that's not fair. So the quality of life is where I'm coming from on all of this, because it addresses all of it, and I sent you guys all the information, all the evidence to back what I am saying today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, in the queue we have Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you. And again, this is a zoning decision that we're looking at, not a planning decision, but to get to the road that I just learned about, we could build a road that would tie in 1077 to 190. If I understand it correctly, the entrance on 190 would be on the west side of 1077. For those of y'all that aren't that familiar with it, I'm familiar with it. The traffic issues aren't going to and from Tangipahoa. The traffic issues are going south on 1077 to the interstate, or heading east on 190 toward Covington. Those are the issues. This road is going to be cutting south west, okay? And that's not going to do a whole lot to alleviate the traffic issues that are already there to start with. Secondly, no disrespect to anybody, but how, let's just say R1 versus S2. It's possible that S2, the 305 acres, has some wetlands that wouldn't be able to be developed to put houses on. But let's just say from a mathematical standpoint, if you could build out the whole 305 acres, you're talking about 1,830 homes. Now, as it sits today, you got 61 homes that could be built. But let's say 1830 is unrealistic because there's going to be setbacks and there's going to be green space and there's going to be detention ponds. Call it 1,000 home sites. How can anybody tell me that that community is going to be better off with 1,000 home sites than it is today, where there's a possibility of having 61? And yes, if nobody wants to build on 5 acres and build a nice house, I get it. But you know what? I'd rather have 305 acres with nothing on it than 1,000 homes or 1,200 homes or whatever it turned out to be that just adds to the school problems, the drainage problems, the traffic problems. To me, this is it blows my mind that this is even a plan that's been considered, and apparently planning and zoning felt the same way. Thank you.
Do you have a motion, or you just wanted to?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. If everybody else wants to speak,
We have other
I'd
people that
like
want
to make a motion that we go ahead and vote on this appeal.
That's not a motion. You have a motion on the appeal itself?
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we concur with the planning and zoning, which
We have a
would.
motion by Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Rowland. We still have people that want to speak. Mr. Rowland, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we are hearing you loud and clear out there, the residents. And every single councilman on this panel hears every single day drainage, infrastructure, and traffic. And this project points to all of them. How can we deny the residents of everything we're hearing every single day? Councilman Smith just went with the scenario of the amount of homes, 1,800 to 1,000, if you want to look at that, or even on the lower end. This is a major density issue. There's no doubt about it. We know it needs to be a lower classification, and that's achievable. We just have to make a decision tonight about this appeal to go along with P&Z and let it go back to the drawing board. That's okay. I don't think anybody doesn't want to see that happening. But we deal with this every single day. The closest districts to this project, District 1, District 2, District 3, and District 4, right here. I know Kathy's not here tonight, and I'm not sure what she would say. I'm not speaking for her. But obviously, this has all gone south. Drainage, traffic. I worked for 3 years right off of 1077 and 190 right there. And we had hard rains out there. When I would leave my office after a hard rain, the ditches were so full, they will overflow into the other ditches. Now, common sense tells you if you have this amount of homes north of you, what's going to happen? I'm not a scientist. I feel like I'm a common sense kind of guy. But the developers have an opportunity to go back to the drawing board. I think this council has common sense. We hear the residents loud and clear. I wish we were like in Austin, Texas, that when I go there, I see 4-lane highways with nothing around it. We don't have the money to do that. We know that. Then we have to plan smart then. I wish we had the luxury to have that. People need to go to the Capitol and get more money for St. Tammany Parish to have these roads and have this infrastructure in place. I'm tired of hearing it. It doesn't change. But I know the residents are 100% right. And Councilman Smith, you did a great job tonight for laying this out. This cannot be this difficult. It's either a yes or no to overturn this or not, period.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Laughlin. And then Ms. Kazenbaum.
All right, so this is going to sound ironic coming from me because I'm a real estate agent. And I love selling homes. And I prepared this tonight to support my coastal resilience, which is going to try to protect my district, so I'm on the other side. But they stretched me out last year. I used to be a Slidell councilman. Now I'm Abita, Covington, Mandeville, Lacombe, and Slidell. So in lieu of any changes Home Rule Charter can do, I'm your councilman at large. I'm stuck in the middle. Right now, there are 1,563 homes for sale in St. Tammany Parish. I asked engineering to give me the list. There are 1,290 homes that have been approved, new homes. In addition, there's 2,183 homes in the pipeline. We have 80 projects, subdivisions. Now, some of these are new, some of them are old, like there's one in Tammany in phase 2 and 3. That's in my district. That's already established. The problem is the optics here. Only zoning changes come to the council. If they already had the right zoning, they would build without our control, okay? So when it comes to us, it's a square peg trying to go in a round hole, all right? So I'm not trying to show you how I'm going to vote or sway anybody, but that is the 10,000 view. We have 5,038 homes either for sale or on their way to becoming here. So that's what we need to consider when we think about density, and I agree with Councilman's 1 and 2.
Okay, 2 more comments and we're going to vote. Ms. Kazenbaum?
Yes. When I asked to postpone this, it was strictly, I have told the developer all along about the density, that I could not accept the density. I thought it'd be a faster process, and also where he would be able to help with our regional detention with the flooding in that area or the density. So that is the reason why I wanted to postpone it for 1 month. So like you said, it really isn't an easy process, and this is the process I'm used to, is working with the development to make it better to where it would fit into the area. So that was the reason for my postponement. But no, I cannot, the density all along, I have told them, was not acceptable.
Mr. Phillips?
Nope. Everybody spoke about the density. I agree with that. As a geology major, I never practiced it, and I had the opportunity to fly for the Marine Corps and corporate, and you can't disregard Mother Nature in this regional geologic features, and that's a huge floodplain coming through there. And when you have a massive regional rainstorm, and I'm not talking just Louisiana, it might encompass Louisiana, Mississippi, or whatever, there's going to be a lot of water coming down there. And no matter what you do, in my personal opinion, is one of the problems we have with the Delta and all area down south is we've tried to change what Mother Nature did, and you're not going to stop the water from coming through there. So I'd hate to be the one living in the house if you had like a 500-year storm come through there. So thank you.
All right, one more comment, then I'm going to ask somebody to call the question. Ms. O'Brien.
Yes, when I'm looking at this 10% 10-year flood inundation map, it's scary. And I know Mr. Allen in particular has talked about raised homes, and I hope that some of our builders consider doing more homes that are not going to be on slab, We met with the delegation from our senators and representatives today, and we talked about the fact that the state of Louisiana has substantially more flood claims than just about any state in the country. Now, every time there's a flooding issue, it doesn't just affect the people who are flooded. It also affects the people who are going to get raised insurance rates. So this does affect everybody. And I know some people said, well, it raises the price of the home too much. Well, think about the amount of money you're probably going to save on your insurance rates through time. And if you factor that in through time, you're probably going to be saving some money in some cases. Now, I'm not saying that for everywhere, but when you have a flooding potential problem like this one appears to be, I think it should be considered. I'm not saying don't do slabs anywhere, but certain areas need to have some consideration. And I know I've been told, well, nobody wants raised homes. I represent Mandeville, along the lakefront also. There's a lot of raised homes there. So I hope that's going to be considered in these types of areas, because I think it could make a significant difference if you have more raised homes. I think there is a market for that. And think about the old Cajun homes from the old days. They were all raised, weren't they? There was a reason for that.
Okay, council members, to concur, vote yes. Vote no to override. Okay, please vote.
Has everybody voted? The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, moving on to the next appeal. H1 and Associates. I've never seen such a quiet response. The vote was it was concurred with zoning, so the project is denied. Okay, I didn't mean it for that, please. Ms. Casabon, would you move on a resolution? Motion on a resolution, second by Mr. Corbin. We vote on the resolution? Or? Please vote on the resolution. To concur with the no. It's to concur with the no.
It's memorializing the vote.
Memorializing the vote. Okay, number 2, H1.
Everybody has a vote.
I'm sorry. Please vote. Let's roll. That was a lot of time on one case.
Mr. Rowling and Mr. Smith, what were your votes? The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
H1 Associates, Jeff Valet appealing the Zoning Commission denial on February 4th, 2025 to rezone 38.70 acres of land more or less located on the north side of US 190, Ronald Reagan Highway, south of Louisiana Highway 1077 Covington from its existing R1 rural residential to S2 suburban residential district, Ward 1, District 3. Okay, we have the speaker cards.
Emily has one. It's the same one.
Same exact ones. Again, each side has 10 minutes. Ms. Maroon, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Impastato. Members of the council, again, Paul
Wait,
Moreau.
Mr. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Ms. Casabon?
Well, this is the same situation that this was the one that we did not get to talk to with the residents long. There's still things that I want to know about it, but Mr. Valley, some of my requests when these developers come up is that they're always DSL homes and all of this, and there's no room for our local home builders. This is a portion, the 38.7 acres is land that is set aside to be developed by our local home builders to do custom homes, okay? And there was questions that I still had about it because we spent almost the 2.5 hours on the last case at the community meeting. So I was requesting a tabling that I can get more information about it. This one is strictly facing, I think, 190. But I wanted to know a little bit more about this, and this is the one that I requested to be tabled to next month and have a community meeting.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second on the table? Postponement? second by Ms. Tanner. I don't see any discussion, so we do have people from the audience. Mr. Marone, would like to go first? You have 1 minute to speak in regards to the postponement.
I would just say that I hope the council would follow Ms. Casabon's request so that we have a chance to talk a little bit more about this.
Thank you, Mr. Marone. Next is Ms. Carboni. Watch your mouth, Ms. Carboni. No potty words. 1 minute to speak. Please state your name for the record.
Aaron Carboni, you'll already know I don't want to table this. Let's just get this over with, to be quite honest. I mean, you guys already have heard a bunch. We all want to get out of here, so just, no, don't postpone it, please. I don't get paid. I'm not a lawyer either, so this takes up a lot of my time, and I don't think my company right now is happy, so I need to get this over with.
Okay. Next, we have Ms. Broussard. Oh, does not wish to speak.
Spoke though, so it should stay in that pot. She got up and spoke.
By all means, you have 1 minute to speak, and whether you're in favor or not of
Leah
postponement.
Broussard, 12341 Palmer Circle in Covington. And I do not want this tabled. I think it needs to be decided tonight. When the developer brought up the point about moving water from one subdivision to another to help, well, Goodby Square is where my property is, and he didn't mention that. So what's going to happen when he gathers all the water? Is he going to cover Countryside and Goodby Square? And that's my concern when it comes to his development on that smaller piece of property, because I'm closer to that one than the bigger piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lambert, Bruce Lambert?
I waive my right to speak.
Yes, sir. Donna Beaver?
My name's Donna Beaver, and I live in Covington, and I would like to say this, that this original situation was tabled for 2 months. They've had 2 months to go over and get answers to the questions that Ms. Casabon feels like she needs to know. It should have already been done. Instead, she called a meeting and allowed residents to come and meet with the developers a day and a half, 2 days ago. The people that were there, and I was one of them, felt very strongly that they did not want either one of those plans because of the potential risk of the flooding. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Matthew Allen? And I will say it does take a lot of time and effort for her to set up those meetings, and she puts a lot of effort into the job. Okay. Next is Mr. Henderson. No speaking, Mr. Henderson. Mr. Pierce? Mr. Pierce? Ms. Williams, Linda Williams? Mr. Scott Mesa?
I'm going to just basically stand right here.
You can't do that. You got to come up to the podium.
Scott Mesa, Oil Well Road. I just basically say we don't table it. I think we just need to deny it, just like we did the first round. Thank you.
Okay, we have a, ma'am, is there another speaker? Mr. Donald Jenkins?
Donald Bubba Jenkins Jr. from 1213 Delta Lane, Covington. I am a small business residential contractor. I would like perhaps if Councilman Laughlin would call on Kenny Wortman and ask him, of all those homes that are being built, can we look at what the permit numbers are for the last 2 years, 2.5 years, versus what they were for the last 10 years before that, so that we can see what guys like me are having to deal with. And then maybe subtract those numbers that are the DSLDs and the DR horns to see what the small business home building builders are being able to do. Because, like it or not, we don't have lots to build on. We don't have subdivisions to build in. And whenever we have a developer saying that he's going to carve out a portion for us, I would ask that you at least look into it, and I ask that you delay this vote and let him work on what he's got to work on to get me home lots to build on.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Okay, I have Mr. Smith in the queue. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, this is kind of like a mirror copy of the first appeal that we looked at. We're not here to gather information about a plan. We're here to make a decision on a zoning denial, and that's all it is. Same as the first one. It's not about gathering information on a plan. This is, do we want to take R1 property and rezone it to the S2? It's that simple, and it is simple. That's what we're here to vote on. I would be opposed to postponing this for the simple reason, again, these people have, things to do in their life other than keep showing up at Coop Drive to come here and be told we're going to kick it down the road for another 30 days and then another 30 days, whatever. Can I make a motion?
No.
No?
Because there's a
okay,
motion
well,
second on the floor, but
that's all I need to
After we vote on
say.
this motion, you can, Mr. Smith. Mr. Laughlin.
I would just like to remind everyone in the room, this is about a project that is on a parcel of land that does not have the right zoning. And Bubba, what we need to do is work together on the rezoning of the parish, which is the next step after the UDC, and find you the lots for you to build. Because I do agree with you. The previous administration and the previous council has made building here extremely hard to do. Believe it or not, as much building as we have and the numbers I quoted, this is the hardest parish to build in right now. Because of we require someone like Bubba, he's got to make the land 25% better than it was as wildland. He's got to engineer it and do that magic to make sure it's better. So we've made it really, really hard. But in this particular case, I'm going to remind everybody, this is a parcel of land that was purchased with the wrong zoning that is being tried to change the zoning. That's why it's here before the council. Not because if it had the right zoning, it would be done. It would be online and getting done. And we have nothing to say about that. Thank you.
Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Marone.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bender.
Mr. Marone, I heard earlier in the meeting, I don't know who said it, I don't think it was you, but I think it was a council member, that this second appeal by this same company, this was carved out for local builders. Did I hear that correctly?
It is a separate project, separate piece of property, separate project from the first that you heard. But yes, this was identified and committed to Mr. Jenkins and the local builders.
Okay, so I'm just curious, have the local builders, not that you've made a commitment or your client has made a commitment to it, but have the local builders talked to y'all about if they get this zoning change, that they're looking at the possibility of raised housing?
I would, to my knowledge, no. They are not looking at raised houses. Now, you'd have to talk to the builders about that.
Right.
But to my knowledge, no. That they believe that on this small track, given the components that are there, that they could build slab grade in accordance with all your regulations.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see no other questions. We have a motion and a second to postpone. Please vote.
The motion fails with 9 nays, 2 yeas, and 3 absent.
Ms. Casamon, you voted against your own motion? Nay was against postponing.
He was absent.
Oh, you just...
He was
Okay,
absent.
well, just ask him. Okay. Okay, motion fails. Let's hear the appeal. Again, each side is allowed 10 minutes to present their case, 3 minutes for rebuttal, and 2 minutes conclusion per side may be allowed if questions are asked by the council. Mr. Marone, please proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paul Marone, members of the council. Paul Marone again, on behalf of the developer. I'll try not to retread the ground that we just tread for the last hour or so, because there's...
Marone, 1 second, please. Y'all got to please keep it down. We need to listen. Proceed.
Thank you. Because there are some similarities, but there are some differences between these two cases. Yes, they are the same developer and they are in the same vicinity, but they are unique and are different. This site is 38 acres. It only fronts Highway 190. It is on the west side of Goodby and its intersection at Highway 1077 and 190. It's a much smaller project in size and scope and impacts. We are requesting S2 zoning, mainly for the same three reasons that I laid out in the other case, and that is that your new UDC tells us where S2 zoning should be in the criteria. This site meets it. Your 2040 plan says the density on this site should be actually greater than or could be greater than we are proposing, so S2 is perfectly compatible with this site. I talked about the surrounding zonings. This site actually abuts. We join a boundary with Goodby Square. Goodby Square has lots 45 feet and 60 feet, which are smaller than the lots that we're proposing under the S2. So it's not just in the vicinity. We share a boundary with them. And I would submit to you that for those reasons that this zoning is appropriate in this location. But I want to reiterate that this is very different than the 305-acre site that you just saw, mainly because of the project size and the impacts. Far less impacts, far less lots than could be achieved on the other project. I would reiterate with regards to drainage that we are not in the Little Tchefuncte Basin. We are in the Beatico Basin, which is very different. Your UDC tells us how we must develop in a sensitive area. We know that there is fill mitigation that is required. We know that there is retention that is required. We are fully aware and prepared to comply and or exceed all of those requirements. This site under the old maps says we are in a floodplain. This site under the new maps says we're in X, so we're not in a floodplain. It is a sensitive area. Regardless of whether we're in the floodplain or we're not in the floodplain, FEMA's not sure, apparently. But we know that it is a sensitive area. You know that it is a sensitive area. Your UDC tells us how we must develop in this area, and we're going to comply with that. With only 38 acres, we have far less impacts on traffic. We have already had some preliminary discussions with DOTD about this site and ingress and egress. We fully expect that there will be a turning lane that is going to be required on Highway 190. Ultimately, DOTD and your engineers will make that determination, but we expect that, we are prepared for that, and we will construct that at our cost. Can 38 acres fix the problems in the area? No, it cannot fix the problems in the area. We don't have the luxury of having a site large enough to connect two roadways, which that boulevard didn't seem to matter much anyway, but we couldn't do that here because of the limitations on the ground. But what we can do, which seems to get overlooked so many times, is we are going to pay your impact fees. So remember, that gentleman right over there was parish president when they were instituted. And these impact fees are meant to help the overall area, to help with global problems. And so yes, we're going to comply with all of your drainage. Yes, we're going to comply with the off-site traffic requirements, but we're also going to pay you per lot for drainage and traffic improvements on a more global basis. And I think that merits at least some recognition. I appreciated very much Mr. Laughlin's comments a moment ago. And they, were simple, but, it is not easy to develop in St. Tammany Parish. It is not. It is very, very difficult. Your regulations are some of the most strident and onerous in the Southeast, not just in Louisiana, but in the southeastern United States. And for good reason. I'm I wish it was a little easier to get through the system, don't get me wrong, but I understand why you have those requirements there. I understand the concern, what you're trying to protect. I guess what I don't understand is when you put these onerous requirements on there and we meet them, oftentimes we're scoffed at. We're told you're still going to flood everybody out. You know, so much thought went into those ordinances. So much was said, wait until the UDC. We're going to correct a lot of this. We get the UDC. It tells us how we must develop to be sensitive and to be appropriate. And we do that, and we're said, you're going to flood everybody out. It's not really fair. That's not really fair to the development community. You know, and I hear the peanut gallery behind me, and they disagree with me, and I respect their concerns. I respect the things that they are dealing with. And I don't get up here, and I'm not belittling them. I'm not telling them that they're wrong. I respectfully disagree with them, but I respect them. I live in this parish too. So does Mr. Jenkins. So do a lot of people that are in the development community. And we want to see the best for St. Tammany Parish too. And one of the ways that we manifest that is we abide by your ordinances. We comply with these stringent requirements. We jump through the hoops to put a good product on the ground and to meet all your requirements. So I ask you to consider that. We're talking about 38 acres. We're talking about a relatively small project with relatively small impacts on the things that we've heard most about tonight, traffic and drainage. We have an opportunity for a small development to carve out a place for our local builders on a zoning that I think is appropriate. You may be saying to yourself, local builders don't have anything to do with this. This is a zoning case. I respect that. And I'll go back to your 2040 plan, your own UDC, my immediate neighbor, all are consistent and compatible with what we are proposing. I ask rhetorically, though, what is the development community to do if we want to develop here and we come in and we look at these criteria and we say, is this a reasonable location for this project? With those three criteria, with all of this in mind, I think the answer is yes, that this is where you would put this. This is where it would be appropriate. This is where it would be compatible. So I urge you to please consider this project. Please consider S2. Please consider the things that I've told you. Consider the 2040 plan. Consider your UDC. Consider what's around us. Thank you very much, and I'll yield any time to if Mr. Jenkins wishes to say anything.
Thank you, Mr. Marone. Mr. Jenkins, would you like, you have a minute and a half.
Yes, sir. I'm speaking on behalf of Jenkins Homes, nobody else. But I can tell you, whenever I was president of the North Shore Home Builders Association, I worked with former councilman Jimmy Davis. I worked with Ross Liner, Daniel Hill, Chris Tissue, and Kenny Wortman to make that UDC a document that we could build by that would protect the citizens of St. Tammany Parish from any kind of unsustainable development. As of yet, I have not seen y'all allow us to actually do it. And I ask you to protect us, because we do not have lots to build on. The mom and pop builders here. The North Shore Home Builders Association has roughly 280 builders. The average builder in the association builds 5 homes or less. We need lots. We're not just steamrolling land through St. Tammany Parish. We're building one here, one there. We're building homes for people that need to have a forever home or for first-time home buyers. We're here to help every citizen of St. Tammany Parish achieve the American dream of home ownership. I'm asking you to approve the zoning and change and allow the UDC to flex its muscles and show the rest of the parish what it'll do, but you got to let it work at some point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Okay, the opposition has 10 minutes. Please try to elect a speaker. I did have a new card from Miss Cindy Warner.
Thank you. I'm Cindy Warner. I live at 213 Sawgrass Loop. I just moved there in September, so just letting you know that. Okay, just I want to show you this map. It shows, it shows the subdivisions here. Spring Lakes has 170 new homes coming in. They're already approved. Tantella Ranch already approved, and I believe that's being done by the developer already. The same developer. As we were at the meeting the other night, he's already developing that one. And then Providence Park, 456. So there's 700 homes that are going to be on the same side of the road that are adding there. If he wants to add this, at the meeting the other night, he said another 94 to 98. So we had 700 over here and another 100 all in the same area. This is already going to be a mess. So adding this is just adding more mess on top of mess. So that's all I wanted to, the other thing is they talked about that road going through the big subdivision, and I know part of it would be with the small affected by that. We already have West Countryside that does that cut through to the 190. So we don't need that road. Okay?
Thank you very much. Also had
I want to deny the appeal, not extend it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Also had Mr. Leonard Dominique. Please state your name for the record, and you have 8 minutes and 32 seconds left.
Be very brief. My name's Leonard Dominique. I was going to basically say the same thing as her. I just ask that you deny the request.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Matthew Allen, you will grace us with your words again.
I'll be brief. Thank you, Chairman. Matthew Allen, representing North Shore River Watch. And some things that are said, if not here, where? I say where it doesn't flood, you know, for all these homes. And really, zoning is just the best use for this property. Goodby could really use a grocery store. This would be a perfect spot for it. Wouldn't be putting homes in danger. You could leave a parking lot lower and not have as much fill and just fill for the central grocery store, but they just closed down the Winn-Dixie. It takes how long to get to Rouse's down 1077? 15, 20 minutes now? But I also want to point out Spring Lakes was zoned a B flood zone, but the property fled twice in 2016. Our flood zone maps aren't accurate. They're a good approximation, but they're not accurate. And I've been arguing floods in this area since 2008, before a lot of y'all even considered being on the parish council. But I'd like to go back to the ordinances real quick. And in the Unified Development Code rewrite, you have a whole section on flood hazard areas. You know, it's been ignored a lot, but it's section 900-6.7. And I would like to just read a few of the lines out of it. In Part A, the purpose. Flood hazard area regulations described in the section to aim to mitigate the impacts of periodic inundation, yada, yada, yada. I'm sorry to do that to y'all, but in doing so, flood hazard regulations are designed to achieve the following. Number 2, minimize expenditures of public money for costly flood control projects. Again, you put more homes in, they're going to have flood issues. It might not get in the homes, it'll be in the yards, but people start calling for more canals and everything, and we really don't have the money for that, even with impact fees. Number 3, to reduce the vulnerabilities and minimize the need for rescue and relief efforts associated with flooding. This area, we've seen rescue efforts here multiple times. Number 5, to minimize the impacts of obstruction in the floodplain, and that may cause an increase in flood heights and velocities. This is a fill project. It's likely to increase flood heights, especially when you combine it with all the other stuff that's going on. So, and also I really do feel sorry for the local builders. I know DSLD and Horton and all those people came in and took their jobs, but really larger lots should actually help the home builders here. You know, maybe not a 5-acre lot, maybe down to a 3-acre lot, but these big companies aren't going to go for those. Those would fall to the local home builders. And, you know, I also want to point out there's a May 15, 2020 flood from Dupuy Lane in that packet I gave you. I apologize for the printing. I ran out of blue ink in that this afternoon while I was printing them, so I apologize for the quality. But you can see the water goes over, and that's right near where this project is. And also in your own ordinances here, 96.7B, methods. Number 1, restricts or prohibits uses that are dangerous to health, safety, or property. Flood, in times of flood, or cause excessive increases in flood heights or velocities. That's your own ordinance. 1 inch of water in a house can cause up to $20,000 in damage. That's a lot. And when you're playing with unknowns of this caliber here, I mean, the 100-year rainfall for this area goes anywhere from, they say it's in a range from 14 inches to 19 inches. They don't even know what a 100-year rainfall is here. We don't have the data to back it up. Okay, we don't have the data for this river to back it up. The data only goes back to about 84 or 85. They put that stream gauge in after the biggest flood in 83. Number 4, method of reducing flood losses. Control filling, grading, dredging, and other development which may increase flood damage. And 5, prevent or regulate the construction of flood barriers which will unnaturally divert flood waters. So y'all do have, this does apply to zoning too. All right, this isn't just planning. This is a general, and these are FEMA mandated for us to receive our federal flood insurance subsidies. So I'd like to put that in y'all's mind. And one last thing, drainage. It's out of the Tchefuncte Basin, but when the Tchefuncte hits a moderate flood, it overflows into the Beatico Creek. It's a spillway. If you block this off, that flood water that goes into the Beatico and Tangipahoa system from the Tchefuncte, where does that go? That heads downstream to Covington, to Bootlegger Road and all those areas. So we got to be real careful about this, and we'd like to ask you to uphold the zoning denial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak?
Sir?
Yes, sir. So 3 minutes and 34 seconds left.
I'll be brief, brilliant, and gone. Okay. I don't know which criteria I'll meet first. Bruce Lambert, 10062 Harvard Road, Folsom,
Yes, Mr.
Louisiana.
Lambert.
The first thing I'd like to address is I do think the zoning should be denied, but for some reasons I do echo and appreciate what was offered. I do appreciate the comments about the need for small builders. My only concern is, yes, I definitely think the traffic is an issue. We're not going to resolve it, but it's a lot smaller. I do recognize that you're only talking maybe like 1,000, 1,500 cars a day coming kind of out of it, which is kind of nothing. But the thing that I want to speak about is in 2016, statewide, the average cost of an insurance claim for a flood was almost $60,000. If your house floods, you almost wind up being trapped in the house because now you can't resell it for what the value was before the flood. So you wind up, in a sense, being trapped in a house that you thought would be an equity generation vehicle for you, that suddenly you've lost your value because of the deterioration of the flood. The second thing is a lot of rules and regulations are in there to ensure that you do not impose additional burdens on both the people purchasing the house and the people that are around the house. And so I do recognize your comment about why we have regulations. I do think that there's some needs to look at those, and we can always argue about the fact of what's the UDC saying and things of that nature. I just think at this point in time, the zoning is what it is. It's in a floodplain, and we're going to, if you allow for additional building, you're actually asking potentially for additional degradation of the housing stock in that area, because who wants to live in a house that flooded? Thank you.
Aaron Carboni. I just want to talk a little bit about how he states appropriate. He continues to state that this is appropriate for this area, and I would obviously differ from that. Rezoning from R1 to S2 at Highway 1077 and Highway 190 could increase evacuation challenges during natural disasters. This is an evacuation route. As you heard, there are multiple cars, 4,000 plus, that are going through that intersection. And then on top of that, the 20,000 that's going to be coming off of the interstate right there. By worsening traffic congestion, straining infrastructure, and increasing flood risk, maintaining residential zoning helps preserve clear evacuation routes, community safety, and emergency preparedness for those of us who already live here and raise our families for generations. I also want to state that off of 1085, we have currently three fire departments right now. Love them all. We have one more that's coming in 2 miles away from the other one because of the congestion. If I was in an emergency right there, I'd fear for my life to try to get through that traffic area because there is no side streets or anything like that for us to get to St. Tammany Parish for an emergency. And that's why they had to build another fire department 2 miles from the other one. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 seconds left? 20 seconds.
One thing, Cindy Warner again, 213 Sawgrass Loop. The main thing that I see is during the time that these homes were that you all knew about them being developed, you didn't do anything about the infrastructure. If that infrastructure was in place now, you wouldn't have, this is what happens.
Thank you, Ms. Warner. Your time is up. Mr. Marone, you have 3 minutes rebuttal.
Thank you. Just a few quick comments. You know, again, I would just tell you that, you know, you're talking about a small project with minimal impacts and a good place that we can have for our developers, or our builders, our local builders, to have lots. And it is on a major highway, and it abuts a project, shares a boundary that is consistent, if not more dense, with smaller lots than what we're proposing. With regards to Mr. Allen's comments about the grocery store, I like that idea, and I may come back to him one day about that, but we need the lots. We need the lots. And that's why we're asking for this. This is a residential zone. We want to keep it a residential zone, but we need to get it to a residential zone that is viable. And we think that S2 is that. And I think your code says that S2 is that. With regards to the flooding, again, on the new maps, the preliminary maps, all of this site is in X. But your UDC tells us how we must develop this site. And we will develop it in that manner, exactly in compliance with your UDC requirements. Your UDC requires that, I believe it's our finished floor elevation has to be at least 1 foot above BFE, if not higher than that. We are going to comply with that. I disagree and take exception with, you know, with Mr. Lambert's comments that we're going to flood, we're going to put people here just so they can flood. I just don't agree with that. I do not agree with that statement. I do not agree with that premise. And I do not believe that if we comply with your UDC, that is what we have in our future. I think we have the ability to put these lots on the ground in accordance with your ordinances, give them to the local builders, and little to no impact on the surrounding area. So I urge you to take advantage of that opportunity, and I urge you to support the S2 zoning and override the Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marone. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Jenkins, you have anything? I'm so sorry. Yeah, okay, the opposition still has 3 more minutes. Come on. Can't imagine you have much more to say.
No, I have a little bit more. I did it on purpose so you don't have to hear me say the same thing over and over again. So this change is inconsistent with the Unified Development Code and poses significant concerns for the local community. The rezoning threatens to disrupt the residential character of Goodby Square and negatively impact property values and increase noise, light, and environmental pollution. Additionally, the transition to commercial use will worsen traffic congestion, strain local infrastructure, increase drainage and flood risk. The approval for this rezoning could set a precedent for further commercial, which we need. We need to get more commercial because we forget that also in that wonderful briefing in February, they stated that the tax burden in St. Tammany Parish is on the household. It's about 80-20, 70-30. We keep on flooding everything with housing, and it is on the west side of the parish. We need to spread it out. We need to spread out some of this development. We're going to deter people from coming over and living here because we're sitting here and concentrating it in one area. I'm not saying we need to stop development. We need development. We want to bring people in, but we want to bring in also businesses. And it's not going to be your next bank or urgent care or whatever. We need bigger things to come in this area to help promote businesses to help our tax burden, because the people need that. We truly need help with our tax burdens right now. And you're going to deter people because nobody wants to pay high taxes. And that increases our monthly on our notes or whatever for the affordable housing. I understand all of that. I do. You have a school, Lakeshore High, that has 900 and something students in it, while you have Mandeville at 2,000 and Covington at 1,600. I mean, you can see where the concentration is on our St. Tammany Parish maps. So I'm asking you guys to please look, and you know, I'm all about homeowners, home builders association. That's great. I do want the local home builders to build, but Spring Lakes was supposed to have local builders too, and there is not one local builder that built in Spring Lakes. This is not here to guarantee that those local builders are going to get to build in that subdivision. And I honestly, I don't trust the developer to do that, or the builder, because it didn't happen in Spring Lakes. It didn't happen in Countryside. It didn't happen in Preston Vineyards. It's not happening in all the new stuff. It's not happening on Providence Park. It's not happening on the Ten Taylor Ranch, which was Preserve of Goodby Lakes. So yeah, they can say what they think they're going to do or what they're promising to do, but there's nothing that's signed in contract. There's nothing. So I don't see them going up to Elliott's. I don't see them going up to Abita Lumber to buy anything. I don't see them putting any money back into this parish right now. So please, yeah, that's all I really have to say.
Okay, there's thank you, Ms. Carboni. 16 seconds left. Just wanted you to know also, just because you zone it for a grocery store doesn't mean a grocery store wants to be there.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
Please proceed, sir.
Just saying it might be a better use of it. But I just wanted to point out, Matthew Allen, North Shore River Watch, that the base level engineering from FEMA in 2018 shows that more than 60% of this property is in the flood hazard area, and that's what I had in the packet. That was the most latest FEMA studies done on
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, thank you. We all know our UDC isn't perfect. It's been amended before, and it sounds like we may need to consider some other amendments, in my opinion. But let me not take my eye off the ball. This is, once again, what we're here to look at is an appeal of a denial by our Planning and Zoning Commission. They denied the request to change in R1, which would allow 8 sites on that 38 acres. And the request was to change it to the S2, which, get this number, 232 sites. 8 sites to 232 sites. That's what we're looking at tonight. Thank you.
Oh. But wait 1 second. Mr. Rowan, would you like to correct him? If it's not, let's make sure we have accurate information. Just the number of lots. I don't want to.
That is nowhere near the number of lots that you could achieve in S2.
Can you tell him the number?
100 lots at the max.
Okay.
At the max.
It's okay. I understand.
But it's not a straight calculation. You can't achieve those numbers. I understand the math, but you cannot achieve those numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Rowan. Ms. Casadevon?
Yes, I just wanted to let the people know that when we did, and I think Don can attest to this, we did Countryside. And when we put Countryside in, we had just as much opposition for Goodby Square as we did for Countryside. This is a way that I thought we could help the local home builders in a capacity, and I think when I talked with the developer, the maximum number of homes, after you put in all the infrastructure, it was 60, was I think the number around that, and so on. I'm just, with it being on the highway where they don't have to exit off of 1077, I just thought that this would be a way to be able, and I think he did do an agreement that it would be just local home builders and it would not be sold to DSL or whatever. That was part of there was things that I wanted to confirm and make sure, you know, with the tabling that these things were in place. And so at this point, just to let you know that I'm just trying to help the local home builders. Did you have a motion?
Do we have a motion for a minute? There was no. Ms. Caswell, did you have a motion? No. Okay, next in the queue is Ms. O'Brien.
Okay, I'm going to say on this one, I'm torn because it is a much smaller project. And look, I understand with the home builders. My father-in-law was a home builder. God rest his soul. He's been gone 30-something years, but I understand how hard that can be. But at the same time, I want to say we do need affordable housing. St. Tammany is much, much, much more expensive than the surrounding parishes. I used to be on the Workforce Investment Board long before I was on the parish council for about 7 or 8 years. And we had problems with the workforce housing back then. Now, we all want people to wait on us at restaurants. We all want people working retail. They do have to have a place to live. But that being said, when I look at this flood inundation map, I get concerned. So if it's okay, I want to ask Mr. Jenkins a question real quick. Donnie, I would feel much better about this if, given the inundation map, if y'all would consider raising homes. Is that just economically not feasible for y'all?
Well, I have no authority to speak on behalf of the developer
Well,
on what he
speak
plans,
on
but as
yourself.
far as what the UDC would require of that area, Ross Liner, with anything that the planning would make the developer do, because we haven't gotten to that stage of the development yet, I would build according to what I was told to build.
And I know you can't speak for the others. I wish I knew. We're going to have some conversations about that, and I'm committing to trying to work with y'all because we have compassion for the home builders, and the people in the audience have compassion for the home builders. But we need to be careful that we do this the right way and smart. I'm really, really torn on this one.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Rowland, I do want to mention affordable or workforce housing was never mentioned throughout this proposal. Mr. Rowland?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jenkins, if you would. I think you had a resident come up with a map, very show and tell, which I love, showing those 3 developments in green. You have it right there. Do you have any homes in those developments currently that you have houses on that are building?
I do not.
Okay, so is there any guarantee from the developer that you're going to get one? And I hear it, I've heard it from 2 people that, you know, we want to support the local home builders, and I do too.
I can say that I've never had one of those 3 entities approach me. I did have this specific developer come sit across from me at my conference table, showing me what he has planned to do and reassuring me that he wants me in that development. That I can't speak on those. I can speak on this developer only on that.
But you don't have anything in those, how many, 700 and something, right, homes total? It's 700. Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. So the only other point I want to go ahead and, this is not about the UDC, by the way. This is about a denial or, you know, appeal on this. I've heard UDC. This has nothing to do with the UDC. This has everything to do with an R1 to an S2. And I really believe there's a spot for the developer between that. So what I'm going to do is just say one more word. See my notes from what I said before? It's ditto. Thank you.
Okay, still no motion on the floor, council. Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Morone, can you come up, please?
Yes, sir.
At the community meeting, and I heard it mentioned that most of the time, which seems appropriate, was devoted to the 300-plus acres as opposed to the 38 acres, okay? But my question is, you mentioned in the 300-plus acres that you offered changes that would be a positive impact on the subdivisions or subdivision that you'd be building, okay, on the 308 acres. Were any positive changes mentioned on this 38 acres?
We did not discuss any changes with the 38 acres, and primarily because it's size. It doesn't. There's not only so much you can do on 38 acres. On the 300 acres, there were a lot more opportunities to address things. Not so much when you're dealing with such a small tract.
Gotcha. One other thing I've heard, and I understand it was incorrect here or a mistake, 200 lots, 100 lots from you, and then I just heard 60 lots from Ms. Martha. What is it?
It's, so, and we talked about this at the community meeting. I think maybe maybe Ms. Warner mentioned it. We're talking about on this site being able to get about 94 to 98 lots at the most. That would be our maxing out by the time you get your infrastructure in, you get all your retention in, all of the other requirements. The most that you're going to be able to get in there is about that 94 to 98, depending on how the engineering goes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no one else in the queue, and we do not have a motion on the floor. Mr. Rowland.
Can you, for the audience, because I think before they were kind of confused on what was happening, what a yes vote and a no vote means when they say
Depends
it?
on the motion, Mr. Rowland. Somebody
Oh, my
needs to make a
apologies.
motion.
My apologies.
It's
I'm not
okay.
making a motion. My apologies.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Mr. Smith has a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and vote on this appeal to concur with P&Z is a yes vote.
Your motion is to concur.
That's right.
That's all you have to say.
I'm trying to.
Thank you. I understand.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second on that motion? By Mr. Rowling. Okay, we have a motion, a second. Ms. O'Brien, you have the floor.
Yeah, one of the things I forgot to ask is, what is the price point for these homes? I talked about workforce housing. I know a lot of people can't afford 5-acre lots. What would be the estimated price point for these homes? From what to what? Just as a...
Mr. Valley was here, and he asked, that question was asked on Tuesday night, and I believe, and the residents can correct me if I misspeak, but I think he said it would be in the 280 range, give or take, I believe is maybe up to 350.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, second on the floor. Yes? Yeah, do you want to? Okay. Vote yes is to concur with the zoning commission's denial. Please vote.
The motion passes with 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 2 absent.
Need a resolution? Okay, please, do we have a resolution? Mr. Smith? Motion, Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Corbin. Please vote on the resolution. Tell me when, Katrina.
You vote.
You can vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Okay, number 3, Heather Dempsey, Justin Petard speaking, appealing the zoning commission denial on February 4th, 2025 to rezone 0.64 acres of land, more or less, located on the southwest corner of Louisiana Highway 59 and Sharp Road, Mandeville, from its existing L1 large lot residential district to an NC neighborhood commercial district, Ward 4, District 5. Do we have the petitioner here?
We don't have any cards.
Mr. Okay. Mr. Phillips, do you have a motion?
Make a motion to concur with planning and zoning.
We have a motion to concur. Do we have a second? By Mr. Laughlin. Please vote on the motion to concur. Yes means you concur with the denial, Mr. Rowling and Smith.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
That was the best appeal of the world.
Now you need a resolution.
We have a resolution. Mr. Phillips?
I'll make it.
Resolution by Mr. Phillips, second by Mr. Smith. Please vote on the resolution.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, now we're to the appointment segment of the agenda. Number 1 is a resolution to confirm the municipal police chief's nominee to fill a vacant seat. Board member has resigned on the Board of Commissioners for the St. Tammany Parish Communications District. Number 1, Ms. Casabon.
She's not here.
Do we have a motion on that? I do not see a name. The police chief's nominee?
The
Y'all told me not to put the names on there.
Okay, we're going to have to get a motion to postpone. We're going to do a motion to postpone. Motion to postpone, Mr. Laughlin, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote. Deal with it next month.
Mr. Burke, what was your vote? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 2 is a resolution for the St. Tammany Parish government to designate its representative for participation on the local industrial tax exemption program committee. Do we have a motion for a nominee? Yep. Mr. Corbin? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to nominate Rick Smith to fill that position.
Second. Do we have a second by Mr. Burke? Okay. Are there any other nominees? Do we have to vote separate to close the floor for nominees, or we just vote on Mr. Smith since there's no other nominees? No other nominees? Okay, please vote to confirm Mr. Smith's appointment to the board.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Congratulations, Mr. Smith. Number 3 is a resolution to appoint 1 member to fill a vacant seat. Board member resigned on the St. Tammany Parish Library Board of Control. So do we have to vote to open up for nominations, or we just?
We have
Okay.
2 cards.
I have 2 cards to speak. Okay, so we have 2 speakers. We have 3 minutes. The first one is Devin McGee. Okay. The second one is Kevin Marino. You have 3 minutes. Please stay on topic. State your name for the record and proceed.
Hi, Kevin Marino, Mandeville, Louisiana. I'm interested in finding out who the nominee is. I know there's a lot of people on both sides of this that are interested in the position. But as you consider your next appointment to the Library Board of Control, I urge you to make it clear that make this process clear and improve what you've done in the past. The public deserves transparency, accountability, and a commitment to protecting the freedoms that our libraries represent. The last appointment was marred by confusion and lack of clarity. 2 seats were filled despite only 1 official vacancy at the time nominations were made that undermined the public trust. Since then, the board has introduced a troubling number of resolutions that weaken our library system rather than strengthening it. We need board members who respect the constitutional right to access information, not those advocating censorship under the guise of policy. Let's be clear. More than 60% of parents in this parish chose to give their children full access to the library's collection. That's a strong vote of confidence in our librarians and a clear message to policymakers: respect our choices and our freedoms. On Monday, the current board, which you elected, have failed to recognize the strong leadership of Library Director Kelly LaRocca. After she onboarded several new board members last year and secured voter support for the millage, all deserving of great praise, they decided not to give her a raise, not even a paltry cost of living increase. That's unacceptable and not quality board. The next board member must represent the public, not personal agendas.
Okay, seeing no other speakers.
Yes.
Well, he shouldn't have had an opportunity because he wasn't here for the meeting. You have 3 minutes, sir. Please stay on topic. State your name for the record.
Yeah, name's Devin McGee. There was a lot of talk about the bias in the library board council meeting earlier this week. I wasn't aware that there was an open seat for the Board of Control until I saw this resolution, so I'm here to speak about that. Though it's not possible to totally get rid of bias in anyone's decision-making, oh, sorry, I'm out of breath, ran here. It is possible to actually point out that bias specifically instead of using it as an accusatory statement with no evidence. Evidence in itself isn't proof, but a conclusion can be drawn from a series of evidential examples that could compound into a higher degree of certainty that bias exists. So in terms of the board meeting last week, when a previous board member spoke about bias, his friend, Jeff Corbin, lit up between the ears with pride. You see, when these two aren't having phone conversations with each other, expressing disdain for their constituents, calling them alt-right evangelicals, they're up here gaslighting you about bias and pushing for an agenda.
Excuse me. Keep it on topic, please.
Yes, sir. This is on.
And be respectful.
Yes, sir.
Please.
This is on topic.
Proceed. Your time is running.
In the last meeting, can I speak about the definitions of words that are the crux of the issues of the library board as it pertains to the library board?
I guess. We're talking about a nominee. Please just talk about the appointments of the library board.
Yes,
and
sir.
please stay on topic.
Yes, sir. We need someone who will occupy that seat and in good faith be willing to engage with the public and discuss outcomes that best fit. We can't have someone who abuses their power and gaslights critics as the ones who are the problem occupying that seat. They don't necessarily have to be a hard right meat-eating Christian conservative. They just have to be someone who is fair and honest in their decision-making and weighs the merits of arguments made in their decision-making. I hope the right choice is made.
Thank you. Okay, we have no other speakers. Mr. Burke.
Yeah, we're taking nominations.
Yes, sir. We're taking, the floor is open for nominations.
All right, at this time, I'd like to nominate Travis Thompson.
No need for a second. Mr. Phillips.
Second. Okay. I make the second, and I just wanted to make a comment.
We just
that-
nominated. No, we don't need a second.
Okay.
It's for nominees. But no, please comment. You just didn't need a second.
I can comment?
Sure.
You have to push the button again.
No, you're on, sir.
Okay. You know, I hear a lot of accusations towards the parish council, but I'd like to make it clear that if it wasn't for the parish council, the millage wouldn't even have been on the ballot last time. So we approved the millage being on the ballot. And when you say negative things about the council because we're not supporting the library, then I take offense to that.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Rowling, do you have a nomination?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do. Melanie Todd.
Melanie Todd.
T-O-D-D.
Okay. Mr. Corbin.
I'd like to nominate Madeline Nora.
Madeline Nora. Okay. Mr. Rowling, do you still have a comment? No. No other nominations? Okay, the floor is closed. We have a nominee here. Please, you have 3 minutes, and please fill out a card. State your name for the record, and please proceed.
My name is Travis Thompson. Thank you for having me here today. Good evening, council and the public. I'm a nominee for the Library Board of Control. I appreciate the opportunity of Councilman Burke trusting me enough to nominate me. I would like to start off with telling you who I am. I'm a husband and a father of 2 young children. Amelia, who's 6, August, who's 10 months. I may add, he's already walking. Pretty proud of him. My faith in Christ is dear to my heart. I'm a member of Grace Memorial Baptist Church in Slidell. I grew up in Pearl River. Now I am a resident of Slidell. Been politically active since high school. It's actually where I met the parish president a while back. I'm a graduate of Southeastern Louisiana University with a Bachelor's of Science in Industrial Technology. My day job is a project manager, a company called Agrico Sales, a construction company in New Orleans. We design, engineer, fabricate, erect, dry bulk material handling systems across port facilities across the world and the country. My wife is a practicing attorney in St. Tammany and the surrounding parishes. I currently sit on the board of Concerned Citizens of St. Tammany Parish and on the board of the City of Slidell Board of Zoning and Adjustments. The library system across our parish is an integral part of educating our children. I truly believe that, and people of all ages. I believe Without the public library system, many of our neighbors would go without valuable resources. That being said, our library has been in great need of reform. I believe much has been accomplished by the current board in reforming our local libraries. However, there's always room for improvement and still vital work to be done. If elected to the St. Tammany Parish Library Board of Control, I give my honest word to be fair and to do my part as a board member for the best interest of the citizens and especially our children of this parish. I'm willing to meet with you and have an interview if you'd like, and I humbly ask that you support me in June. Thank you.
Very well said. We have no more nominees, I presume? Okay, so we will move on to the consent calendar. Oh, we do need that card, sir. Consent calendar are pages 3 through 6. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved and whole by one vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council, 8, is required to adopt the consent calendar. Items to pull. I'll go slow so y'all can keep up. Number 18, ordinance calendar number 7874. These are all under ordinances for introduction. Number 19, ordinance calendar number 7875. Number 20, ordinance calendar number 7876. Number 21, ordinance calendar number 7877. Number 22, ordinance calendar number 7878. Number 1, ordinance calendar number 7820. Okay.
Ordinance for introduction number 1.
Y'all, number 1. Number 9, ordinance calendar number 7873. It's not in order. I'm so sorry. From. Hold on. And I wanted to pull the ordinance for the UDC, yeah. Did I have the right? I'm sorry, number 17 was 7873. All right, nice of y'all are paying attention. One from the audience, Mr. Donald Jenkins, number 13, which is number 7869. Now on to resolutions. Number 4, resolution number C-7095. Yes, ma'am. Number 6 is resolution number C-7097. Number 7 is resolution number C-7098. Number 9 is resolution C-7100. Make sure I have no duplication here. Yep, and that is all the resolutions. Mr. Smith?
No, sir, you got them all.
Mr. Rowland? Mr. Phillips?
No.
Ms. Tanner? Mr. Corbin?
Okay.
Mr. Burke? Mr. Kugel?
No.
Ms. O'Brien? Mr. Birthday Boy?
Yes. I believe since you were out of order, can you confirm that you still want to pull resolution number 1?
Yes.
Oh, you want, okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Resolution?
No.
Yes.
Ordinance number 1.
So that can go, resolution number 1 can go back on consent.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't, okay. Mr. Bender?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Administration, do you have anything you would like to pull?
No, sir.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent calendar lest the items pulled? Motion, Mr. Corbin, second, Mr. Laughlin. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, number 1 is ordinance calendar number 7820, ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Chapter 115, Drainage and Flood Control, Article 3, Drainage District Number 2, Section 115 through 138, reorganization, boundaries to amend the boundaries of Drainage District Number 2, Ward 9, District 13. Mr. Corbin.
Unfortunately, push me.
Oh, you're on.
Oh, there we go. Okay, unfortunately, we're going to have to postpone, I'd make a motion to postpone this for one more month. We're reconciling the actual boundaries as referenced in an engineering document to the legal description. We met again yesterday to get the final alignment. We did not get an answer today that the alignment is between those two pieces of information are matched. I am confident they'll be done next month.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone. Do we have a second? Mr. Smith, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Okay, ordinance number 17, UDC ordinance calendar number 7873, ordinance to address public comments, improve code administration, make minor changes and corrections, and clarify the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances. Ms. Casabon? Mr. Smith, you make a motion to introduce? Second by Mr. Liner. Could you come give us a brief explanation? Sure. Brief. Thank you for doing this.
All right, so we're always trying to improve the UDC as we, moving forward. We've found going from an 1,100, 1,200 page document down to a 600 or 700 page document, there are, things that are missing or things that need to be corrected. There are 6 items in this particular amendment. Number 1 is a clarification. It is actually correct in chapter 600. It is incorrect in chapter 200. So this is making sure that both of them are consistent and accurate.
Oh, coastal restoration.
Number 2, well, hold on. Actually, that was number 2. Number 1 is a change to the Planning and Zoning Commission communications. So I'm sorry, I started with number 2. Number 1 is a change to the Planning and Zoning Communication, especially when in regards to
sending
elected
back to the
officials
planning
and
and
staff. Yep. So number 2 is, again, land clearing, clarifications. You told me to go fast, now I'm skipping all around.
I'm sorry.
Number 3, yeah, I'll blame you, that's cool. Number 3 is adding indoor entertainment to another zoning classification. That was in the previous code, did not get pulled over to the new code. Number 4 is, let's see here, short-term rental requirements. Number 5, let's see, is land clearing again, but this is for incentives. So it started at 25 lots and above for get incentives to increase density. We actually had a good development come in. It was small. It was like 17 or 18 lots, but they weren't able to utilize incentives to make the development better because there was a minimum of 25. So we actually lowered it to 6 because every other place in the code, by definition, a major subdivision is 6 or more. So why not let everyone utilize incentives if they wanted to? So we made that, moving forward, lower at 6+ instead of 25. Let's see. And the last one, it was monument signs. Just some clarifications that did not pulled over from the old code to the new code. So it's the same thing for monument signs. It was not pulled over correctly. So if there are any questions, I can certainly answer them.
I don't see any. Thank you very much, Mr. Liner. Mr. Jenkins, I did want to tell you 13 is coastal restoration, not coastal resilience. Do you still want to? Okay. Number 13. We already did. We did. Number 13, ordinance count number 7869, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Amendment number 12, coastal restoration, capital projects. Ms. Tanner, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Jenkins?
Forgive me if I just don't know how to read these yet. I was just looking at it. I saw that you're amending the budget to add another $100,000 study, is what it looked like to me. And I was just wanting some kind of clarity on who's asking for it. Is it the administration? Is it a specific district? So that, just so we know what this $100,000 is meant for and what it's actually going to study.
Ms. Perkins, would you mind explaining? Or Mr. Liner?
So I'll read the memo that I read on Monday, if y'all don't mind. It shouldn't take more than just a minute. The purpose, all right, this is, and I started off like I did on Monday without without the title. Wetlands Planning and Policy Guide, Phase 1, January 20 through June 2023. This is the 3rd phase of this particular project. So this is Phase 1 that I'm giving y'all an update on. The purpose of establishing the St. Tammany Parish Wetlands Planning and Policy Guide and we use wetlands plan as just a shorter title, is to develop a planning tool related to the use and protection of wetlands within St. Tammany Parish when development occurs. This plan is to provide additional guidance related to wetland protection, impacts, suggested mitigation based on the needs of the parish. The wetland plan is designated to provide information to the citizens and property owners of St. Tammany Parish and prospective land developers regarding the amount, characteristics, and value of wetlands and surface water throughout the parish. The goals of the Wetlands Planning and Policy Guide are as follows. Determine the quantity and quality of the wetland resources in St. Tammany Parish, map wetlands for local planning purposes, maintain data for use by property owners, residents, and developers, identify existing wetland management areas, identify the quantity, quality, functionality, and biological diversity of certain wetlands, identify opportunities for protection, management, and development of water resources and related land resources in the parish, develop planning standards to promote comprehensive management of water resources in St. Tammany Parish. In 2009, federal agencies adopted the wetland mapping standard, and organizations receiving federal funds for such efforts are required to follow a procedure that ensures that new wetland data will be collected in a format which complies with the standard. Our efforts comply with that standard. In addition to NWI mapping and gathering of data from federal, state, and local agencies, the following methods were used by biologists in the field: LIDAR, hydric soils, and ground truthing. That was phase 1, ended in June of 2023. Phase 2, November 2023 to November 2024. Parish leadership and staff recognize the connections between impaired water bodies, wetlands, infrastructure, and development, and set to develop a strategy to understand the functions and the need for better decision-making as St. Tammany Parish rapidly grows and pressures mount for more development and infrastructure. St. Tammany Parish needs a multi-phase approach to provide the data and information required to make sound decisions that retain the character of the parish while ensuring a sustainable economic growth pattern. It was not in a phase 1 scope to address no net fill areas, critical drainage areas, and areas of special concern. The missing data left a significant gap in the wetlands mapping effort. Phase 2 scope provided the resources to specifically address these areas and will help staff and decision makers in permitting and protection efforts. The project very specifically addresses the core responsibilities in the very important new U.S. Supreme Court ruling in Sackett versus the EPA. The Wetlands Planning and Policy Guide will greatly assist in the placement of infrastructure and the determination of future growth. In summary, Phase 2, with its new granularity into no net fill areas, critical drainage areas, and areas of special concern, were analyzed to help parish government, citizens, and businesses interested to make better decisions that can serve public purpose and policy in permitting. The new legal environment due to Sackett invites a fresh new review of policies and ordinances. Phase 3, which is in front of you tonight for budget consideration. The purpose of Phase 3 is to develop an assortment of community-based meetings to inform and educate St. Tammany Parish residents, stakeholders, and decision makers on the portfolio of wetlands, drainage data, and mapping in the wetlands plan. The community-based meetings will solicit feedback from citizens, stakeholders, and other organizations to provide the parish administration, council, commissions, and staff with the recommendations for protecting valuable wetlands, mitigating property damage due to flooding, and improving overall water quality and drainage flow. The data received from community engagement will assist with the refinement of data, models, and mapping for the purposes of finalizing a scenario-based toolkit using the Valuation Code of Wetlands and Drainage Maps. A final comprehensive report will be delivered outlining action items and recommendations, including any policy and ordinance changes, as well as a final GS map.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Mr. Jenkins, does that answer your?
No, sir. So phase 2 was to fix phase 1, and now we're into phase 3. How many phases do we expect? And also, right now, St. Tammany Parish is going through the 2025 hazard mitigation plan. Can this just be absorbed into that to save us money, or is that completely 2 different items?
Would you like to answer those questions, Mr. Liner, or somebody else? Please.
This cannot be rolled into the HMGP effort. It's 2 totally different things. What was the second question? Oh, what was it? This should be the final phase, without a doubt. I mean, this is the final phase. This is when we go speak to the stakeholders, the public, the council, the commissions, and put all this mapping effort and policies and ordinances in front of everybody to start kind of discussing and debating.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Liner. Can we have a motion? What's that? Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Corbin.
Hey, Ross, I'm sorry, I was trying to get you quicker before you had to walk all over there, but your exercise is really looking good tonight. Can you describe what the deliverable is for this Phase 3?
Yeah, so Phase 3 is going to roll Phase 1 and Phase 2 into a final document. So it was a mischaracterization of that Phase 2 fixed Phase 1. Phase 2 didn't include certain items that when we were into Phase 1, it just expanded the scope and said, you know what, we better start looking at these things as well. Phase 3, I'm sorry, I missed your question.
What's the deliverable? I mean,
So it's going to be an online GIS map.
Thank you.
Based, okay.
Is that it?
Well, we're going to have policy and ordinances in front of the council, in front of the commissions, in front of the people of St. Tammany Parish and stakeholders. So those will determine the final GIS map. So it's going to be an assortment of policies, guidelines, ordinances, and a mapping effort.
And will this then be used as a tool going forward?
Yes.
For future zoning decisions or
Absolutely.
development decisions, things of that sort?
Yes, sir.
So it's another tool in your toolkit to help manage drainage and other issues relative to water flow in the parish.
Right, so just like the debate we had tonight with the appeal, you know, we would know this information on the front end that developers and property owners and residents would all be able to access and all be able to use themselves, and we will be able to provide this information to the council and to the commission. So we're providing the data. It's coming from us.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Corbin, do you have a motion?
Yeah.
13. You just have to say yes.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Laughlin, second. Okay, moving on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, number 18 is ordinance calendar number 7874, ordinance to extend for an additional 6 months the moratorium on the opening of new streets in Angelic Estates, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Phillips, you just need to provide justification.
I so move, and we still have projects going up in that general area. And until they're finished, I'd like to keep the moratorium going.
A motion, Mr. Phillips, second by Mr. Rowley. Number 19, ordinance calendar number 7875, ordinance to extend for the 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision of or rezoning of property and/or the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development, permits for the construction or placement of certain building structures on property in the area bounded by Interstate 12, Highway 59, Sharp Road, and Highway 190, being a portion of Little Creek, Ponchatoula Creek Bayou, Tet Lors, and Bayou Chinchuba Drainage Basin, Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Phillips, again, please provide justification.
Same comments. Yes, I'd like to extend the moratorium.
Have a motion. We have a second. Mr. Smith? Okay, moving on to number 20. Number 20 is ordinance calendar number 7876, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commission for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and/or the issuance of permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development, permits for the construction or placement of building structures on property within Avery Estates, Ward 8, District 13. Mr. Corbin?
Yeah, we're extending, I'd like to extend this moratorium because we're still working on the buyout in Avery Estates. Recent conversations and meetings I've had with Jean, the grants department indicates that they're targeting the end of the year to finish this project. So we'll have to come and do this one more time, but it'll be for a shorter window. So I make a motion to extend.
Motion, Mr. Corbett, second by Mr. Laughlin. Thank you. Number 21 is ordinance calendar number 7877, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction or placement of building structures on property within a portion of the unincorporated town of Alton, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Corbin.
I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Strickland, who talked to me before the meeting tonight to make sure that we can continue these. In the process, he has some studies underway. There's a $1.1 million grant that's helping fund those studies for Alton, in the Alton area, and he'd like to extend it until the results are available from that study.
Second, Mr. Laughlin. Thank you. Number 22, ordinance calendar number 7878, ordinance to extend 6 months the moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning and Planning Commission for the rezoning or re-subdivision of property and/or the issuance of permits for construction or placement of any building structures on property south of Interstate 12, north of Highway 190, west of Highway 11, and east of the Precinct S19 boundary line within the unincorporated boundaries of Ward 9, District 9. Mr. Corbin.
Again,
Ward 9, District 14.
Yes, again, I talked to Mr. Strickland. Mr. Strickland asked me to carry this one for him. They're in the process, the Department of Transportation and Development is in the process of conducting a traffic analysis to assess increases in traffic volume. associated with this corridor, and until that traffic study is complete, he would like to have this extended.
Motion by Mr. Corbett, second by Mr. Laughlin. Thank you. On to resolutions. The first one will be number 4. We have cards on number 4? Number 4 is Resolution Council Series C-7095, Resolution in support of St. Tammany law enforcement participation in the Immigration and Nationality Act 287 program by Mr. Burke and Mr. Phillips. We have a motion? Okay, motion by Mr. Phillips, second by Mr. Burke. We have some cards that would like to speak. Mr. Burke, then I'll go right to you, if that's okay? Okay, a lot of speaker cards. Ms. Annie Spell? Please, when you get to the podium, state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes and stay on topic.
It's Annie Spell. I live at 124 East 14th Avenue in Covington, Louisiana. And I am firmly opposed to any 287G program or agreement that would allow the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, to delegate any immigration enforcement authority to my St. Tammany Parish law enforcement agency or agencies. I do not want any of our St. Tammany Parish law enforcement personnel to remove any person in our parish because they believe or they have been told by ICE that that person is an alien. I do not want any of our St. Tammany Parish taxes and resources to pay for separating children from their families because of something ICE has told them about a person currently residing in our parish. I do not want our St. Tammany Parish law enforcement officers to be required to do something ICE would require of them under any 287G agreement that may be illegal or unconstitutional and may also be a violation of the civil rights of the people ICE wishes St. Tammany Parish to grab for them. We do not need to help ICE. Currently, most, if not all, of the attempts of ICE to remove people from where they are living in our country to another country have been ruled unconstitutional and illegal. There is no reason for St. Tammany Parish to be the next place that violates our Constitution and the civil rights of our people in St. Tammany Parish for President Trump's version of ICE. Please do not vote in favor of entering into any agreement with ICE. We do not need that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jamie Segura, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name when you get up to the podium, and please stay on topic.
I'm Jamie Segura. I live in Covington, Louisiana. I ask that you vote against this resolution. What this amounts to are our sheriff's deputies, our police departments in Mandeville, Slidell, Covington, Madisonville, etc., being weaponized to harass, arrest, terrorize residents of our parish. Who will they be looking for? You can shake your head, Mr. Burke, but listen to this. These are the guys who just replaced your roof on your home. That's who they're looking for. The workers in our restaurants. And yes, the ones you will be celebrating in for Cinco de Mayo next week, because you'll all go out and be celebrating that. They'll be serving you at your tables. They are the housekeeping staff in our hotels. They're the guys working on the road crews on Interstate 12 right now. Just look. They are the people doing the landscaping at companies, at apartment complexes. The construction crews that are being hired by the developers who are overbuilding our parish. If you're building a home here, please be sure your contractor abides by the law, doesn't hire undocumented workers. If the workers are breaking the law, aren't the contractors criminals too? And let's not forget the farms, the dairies, the plant nurseries up Highway 25. Whether documented or not, law-abiding or not, these people are being herded up, no questions asked or answered, and shipped to who knows where. My question to the people of St. Tammany is, how do we want our law enforcement being used? And I know you're all aware that just last week, a law-abiding, legal immigrant was taken into custody while following the rules. She went to check in at ICE. Well, they deported her and her 2 children, one of which is being treated for cancer in New Orleans. Wasn't that nice? I also wonder what happens to the crime fighting here if our police are busy following the ICE rules. This is wrong, should not be happening in a community that holds itself up as Christian. I've never been more sure that I'm right, being an atheist, and more worried that St. Tammany has lost its humanity.
Thank you, Ms. Segura. Mr. Robert Smith, you have 3 minutes. Please stay on topic. State your name for the record and proceed. Ms. Lily Ruth is on deck. Ms. Rowland, prepare yourself.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Robert Smith, a resident of St. Tammany. I'm speaking out against the resolution presented by Council members Mr. Burke and Mr. Phillips to adopt a Section 287G program for local law enforcement. This does nothing to strengthen or expand safety in our community. First, I'm unsure which of the 3 options, or 4, of the program the resolution supports: jail enforcement, warrant service, or the task force and/or hybrid model. The resolution is devoid of any specific language to this effect, which would have an impact on the ability of the public to be on notice and comment on same. I ask that this council vote to vacate the resolution as it is written, or move this vote to allow more direct public comment. To address, and I apologize, but this being on this calendar is abhorrent. I don't know why you thought that we needed this in this community, but I'm here today to speak out against it. To address the program on its merits, it creates an incentive to target members of this community based on their background, or at worst, their skin color. The issue of immigration and legal status are raucous topics. They are not ones we should introduce into our local police structure. Nationally, we've seen cases of immigrants being detained and deported without a semblance of due process, no chance to appear and plead their case before an immigration court and present evidence about their status. We've also seen, in our own state, U.S. citizen children being detained and deported with their immigrant parents. Finally, the White House rolled back previous instruction for immigration enforcement to avoid sensitive areas, namely churches, courthouses, and schools. That means that immigration enforcement is permitted to encroach on these areas where residents of our community work, receive their education, worship, or attend court hearings. We do not need members of our local law enforcement, members of our own community, acting as quasi-federal agents. Despite the inciting rhetoric in the resolution, our police officers and justice system can effectuate arrests, detain persons without the need for further investigate their immigration status. I also have a few questions for the council to consider. Will the peace officer at my son's school be on the lookout for parents dropping their kids off, or investigating the teachers and staff there at the schools? Will deputies be entering schools or school events to effectuate arrest warrants on parents and possibly take their children with them? Are these things you thought about when you adopted this resolution or put it forward? Will deputies be breaking down doors of families living in my community because of a suspicion that they do not belong? Again, I don't want local law enforcement to have any branding or affiliation with such actions. This will only sow distrust in our community and of the men and women who work as law enforcement in St. Tammany. Lastly, and I want to address this to Councilman Kugel, who is an immigration attorney, will a yay vote on this resolution potentially increase business to your practice if it's still active? Or will you abstain from this vote? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lily Rowland. After Ms. Rowland is Ms. Lauren Giltis, so please prepare yourself and get closer to the podium. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
My name is Lily Ruth Rowland, and I am opposing this resolution. If you look at what's happening across this country right now, people are being taken off the streets without due process. Until due process is once again a guarantee to everyone here, I don't want our local law enforcement involved in abducting our neighbors. Right now, the federal government is weaponizing ICE and the threat of deportation or imprisonment in El Salvador as an instrument of terror against immigrants. Immigrants now, but make no mistake, the citizens are next, and the president has admitted that. This resolution would turn our local law enforcement against the communities they are supposed to protect. Before the president ordered ICE to start renditioning people to an El Salvador concentration camp without due process, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the 14th Amendment, birthright citizenship. This is not a coincidence. I offer an updated version of the lately often quoted poem. First, they came for the illegal immigrants, and I did not speak out, because I was not an illegal immigrant. Then they came for the green card holders, and I did not speak out. You know how the poem ends. Speak out now before there is no one left to speak for you. Because you might be last on the list, but under this regime, you are still on the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lauren, please hold the applause down, please. Next is going to be Ms. Elizabeth Campbell. Please be ready. We're trying to get through the meeting. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Giositz. I live in Mandeville, Louisiana. First, the 287G agreements increase the strain on local programs and erode the public safety. When a parent or caregiver is detained or deported, their children often go into our local foster care system. That's a direct cost to our parish budget and a devastating trauma for the child as well. It harms children, separates families, and overburdens already stretched safety net programs like child welfare services. Beyond that, when local law enforcement begins acting as immigration agents, it breeds distrust. It creates a culture where people are afraid to report crimes, cooperate with investigations, or even seek help. That doesn't make us safer. It makes us more vulnerable. Second, 287G is a waste of our community tax dollars. ICE has a multi-dollar billion budget and that's asking Congress for $45 billion more. Yet this program expects us, our local agencies, to foot the bill. Our staff, our resources, our data systems, all repurposed for federal immigration enforcement. And ICE doesn't reimburse us any of it. That money could be used for schools, infrastructure, or community policing initiatives that actually improve the lives of our residents. Third, these agreements expose our parish to legal liability. There's a long record of constitutional violations connected to 287G, including wrongful detentions and racial profiling. And when lawsuits arrive, it's not ICE who gets sued. It's our city, our parish, our taxpayers. The legal and financial risks are real and well documented. In short, this resolution invites unnecessary cost, potential lawsuits, and greater harm to our most vulnerable residents. It undermines trust, jeopardizes safety, and distracts from the real work of community-centered public safety. I urge you to reject this resolution or table it so you can actually speak to the ones who will be affected. And stand with your constituents and not with a federal program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Campbell. Next will be Mr. Buddy Spell. Please be prepared.
Hi, everyone. I'm a resident of St. Tammany Parish, and my name's Elizabeth. Thank you all for your time tonight, and happy birthday, sir. I would like to talk to you guys about something today called 287G and why I strongly oppose it. So 287G is a program where local law enforcement is trained to do the job of ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement. This means our local officers, we've already had a volunteer police officer, sheriff's deputy, and Kenner, who are on board. They take on, it's a federal immigration enforcement duties, but here's where the problem is. This comes at a serious cost to our communities, financially, emotionally, and legally. First, it hurts children and families. When a parent is detained or deported, their children often end up in foster care, right here in our own parish. That's trauma. That's unnecessary trauma for a child that's already going through so much immigration at such a young age. Our financial burden on local businesses that are already stretched thin. If we truly care about protecting children and reducing harm in our neighborhoods, 287G does the opposite. It, in fact, tears apart families and pushes more children into crises. Second, our local tax dollars are being used to do ICE's job. Can't we use that tax money somewhere else? ICE wants a $45 billion budget and still wants more from Congress. But under 287G, they're not paying us a dime. Our local officers are pulled away from real community priorities, like responding to crime or working with youth, so they can check people's immigration status, aka racially profiling people in our community. This money should be going to schools, infrastructure, and true public safety. And finally, 287G opens us up to a legal risk. If someone's wrongfully detained, even if it's ICE's call, our town can be sued, like Lauren mentioned. Plus, when people in the community are afraid to talk to the police, afraid at a traffic stop that it might lead to deportation, they are going to stop reporting crimes, and we all end up a little less safe. So I'm asking you today, please consider, please consider what we are speaking on. Is this the kind of policy that reflects our values as a Christian parish, as a Christian state, when in all our schools we have the 10 Commandments, we have "In God We Trust"? Is this what we're going to do? I respectfully request that you table this matter until you can hear from more constituents who will be directly impacted. Let's take a step back and listen to the community and choose policies that actually make us safer and not more divided. Thank you.
Mr. Spell. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Buddy Spell. I live at 124 East 14th Avenue, and I own a family business at 1225 North Columbia Street in downtown Covington. There we practice felony defense law. The other thing that we do is we prosecute civil rights cases. We sue legal agencies for overstepping the rule of law and violating people's constitutional rights. The young lady that spoke before me said you will be sued. I'm here to guarantee you, you will be sued if people's, the parish will be sued, the agencies will be sued if people's civil rights are violated in this parish. So y'all been whining and complaining for years. We don't have enough money for our criminal justice system. We don't have enough money for our judges. We don't have enough money for our DA. This has been a big issue. And I agree. We have every reason to be concerned about that financial shortfall. Fact of the matter is, your response to that, if you pass this resolution, is to expend more resources unnecessarily. And then you lose your argument the next time the taxes come around, because I'll be the first one standing up saying, hey, we're doing the job for ICE, so we obviously have enough money. I'm telling you, this is a really bad idea. It's a cheap political stunt. It's abusive, and we will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marino. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please stay on topic. Next is Ms. Barbara Hargrove, and after that is Mr. Larry DeQuay. Proceed, sir.
Hi. I'm opposed to this resolution. As others have said, this program deputizes local officers to act as immigration agents, something they are not trained to do and not part of their regular job. These types of agreements lead to racial profiling, community mistrust, and unnecessary entanglement in federal immigration enforcement with no clear impact on overall crime reduction. Let's be honest, this resolution is not about public safety, it's about politics. It paints immigrants with a broad brush, suggesting that undocumented individuals are somehow responsible for violent crimes. That narrative is not supported by data and is dangerous. In fact, numerous studies have found that immigrants, regardless of status, are less likely to commit crimes than native-born citizens. Even more troubling, we've recently seen recent reports of ICE separating families, ripping parents away from their children, including children undergoing cancer treatment. These are not dangerous criminals. These are desperate families, and programs like this give local officers a role in carrying out that cruelty. Do we really want St. Tammany Parish deputies involved in this cruelty? In other states, we've seen people mistakenly deported to the wrong country or mistakenly deported at all. without their due process. That violates their constitutional rights, even if they're not citizens. The amendment, the Constitution requires due process, because if an undocumented person doesn't have due process, how can I prove I'm a citizen without that due process? I don't want St. Tammany Parish involved in these types of controversies. All of you took an oath when you took this position to uphold the Constitution. In a parish where trust between communities and law enforcement is critical, this program would send a chilling message to immigrants that reporting a crime, seeking help, or simply existing in public puts them at risk of detention or deportation. That doesn't make us safer. It makes our entire community more vulnerable. If this council truly values public safety, let's invest in programs that build trust, not fear. Let's let our deputies focus on serving the people of St. Tammany and on catching criminals, not checking for green cards. I urge you to reject this resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Hargrove, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Stay on topic and proceed.
My name's Barbara Hargrove, and I certainly do not support this resolution. The other speakers that came before me brought out some really incredible, important, and incredibly varied reasons to vote against this. And I just keep thinking to myself, hey, if I were a law enforcement officer, would I want to be doing this? Would I want to be going in and possibly getting people who really don't deserve to be picked up and held, or I don't know if you'd call it arrested, but then probably sent out of the country? You know, it's one thing to go and arrest someone, that take them to jail under the normal circumstances where you know that they are going to get their day in court. But these people aren't getting their day in court. We've sent them to hellholes, to concentration camps. And as the other speaker said, my daughter, by the way, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. I knew I should have written something down. Damn. Sorry. It's just wrong. It's wrong. I don't want to live in a parish where this is going on. If I were a law enforcement officer, I wouldn't want to be doing this. I have no idea how they feel. That's just how I would feel. But I would actually be interested to hear how they would feel about being asked or told or however to do this job. So I would say, please vote against it. We do not need this here. And a lot of people do not support this, that live in this parish, that pay taxes here, and don't want to be involved with this. Thanks.
Mr. Larry DeQuay. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Larry DeQuay. I'm a resident of Slidell. I just wanted to speak in opposition to this resolution. The term woke is often bandied about by conservatives and MAGA folks, and it's also relevant to this resolution as I see it. Woke is a cleverly used term to disseminate many thoughts at once. Although never explicitly stated by those who use it in a derogatory way, it's often a term to make fun of black folks, or at least black folks who are too uppity, e.g. those who don't know their place in the supposed social hierarchy. The term woke is also used to discourage the pursuit of more truthful information and knowledge, especially when it exposes America's past and current sins. Perhaps I should use a military phrase that is synonymous to, or at least a part of, being woke, such that it gets the respect it deserves. It's situational awareness. I recall the enlisted folks having a more colorful phrase for the same concept, getting one's head out of one's blank. I also recall one of their suggested remedies, issuing glass belly buttons to leaders unable or unwilling to get their heads extracted from their blank. How is situational awareness related to this resolution? Look at what's happening around us. U.S. citizens are now being threatened, arrested, taken into custody, having homes vandalized, having property taken from them, being denied life-saving medical care, being deported and sent to foreign prisons by ICE as well as the FBI and DHS without the due process that is supposed to be guaranteed by the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. The same is happening to other people legally in the United States, many in the process of becoming U.S. citizens. Most competent lawyers I know or listen to also state that every person residing in the United States, even when accused of a crime, has the right to due process, legal protections under our Constitution. To me, being situationally aware would mean, 1, holding off on this resolution until our nation's judicial system weighs in on the legality of what is now being done by ICE, the FBI, and DHS. Adding clear language that protects law enforcement officers from being pressured or forced into any action that they believe might violate the Constitution, e.g. real legal protections and due process being available to them when refusing to obey unlawful orders while performing their duties.
Your time is up. Please, no applause. I'm going to say we're going to go through the dais. I am going to say first that I'm not in support of this because it was not initiated by law enforcement. I have not had one call from anyone in law enforcement asking me to support this. So for me, I'm not in favor. First on the dais is Mr. Burke.
Okay, thank you. I've heard everyone's concerns here tonight. And I just want to start off by saying that I do fully trust our law enforcement officers, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff, as well as the municipalities. This resolution is simply just a resolution to support if they choose to participate in the program. However, the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office has been participating in this program for a long time. So this program is already at the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Department. So I'm not seeing through our Sheriff's Department where these things that are being said are happening on the streets. Maybe y'all have, but I haven't seen it. In regards to like I said, this resolution is just a support. It's not a resolution that says we're demanding you do this. So all this does is give these local municipalities the access to a database. There's some questions that were asked. This particular act is going to help them after someone is already arrested and for breaking the law in some kind of way. This is a jail enforcement side.
Please.
So I've spoken with all the police chiefs in our parish, and they fully support this resolution. However, I see that the public is not, and I will listen to a little more as my colleagues talk, but I'll probably do a motion to postpone.
Mr. Kugel.
Thank you. And someone mentioned I actually did plan from the beginning, as my colleagues would tell you, to abstain to avoid any appearance of a conflict of interest. I have been an immigration lawyer, as many people know, since around 2008. My wife immigrated here. She's a naturalized citizen. What has always been very upsetting to me is a conflation, not only with illegal and legal immigration, but in terms of this resolution, if you want to use the term undocumented with criminal undocumented. This specifically deals with people who have committed criminal violations, active or pending criminal charges. The city of Kenner adopted this, and the police chief, when we spoke to them, his police department says, not only does this increase efficiency and public safety, it will actually save money. The parish of Bossier also uses this. They say we already have to contact ICE anyway. This just makes the process easier and faster. It also provides a federal training funded by the federal government. It also provides training to avoid racial profiling. One of my concerns that I've heard, I didn't hear hardly any of the speakers mention the term criminal.
This is specifically dealing with people who commit crimes. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of the victims of criminal illegal immigration are other immigrants. Not you and me, but other immigrants. So, you know, obviously what Mr. Burke is going to decide, he's going to decide, and I'll respect that. But this is already being practiced in the city of Kenner. It is already being practiced in Bossier Parish. They are very supportive of it. And as mentioned, Kenner believes it's actually going to save them money. It's going to increase public safety. And that's all I have to say.
Mr. Bender.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first, so that there's no confusion, let me first state that I'm a conservative. I'm moderate on some issues, but I try to be fair on all issues. I have 8 children and 18 grandchildren, and I'm interested in public safety. So let's be clear about that. However, what our chairman said has a lot of validity to it. I'm sitting here as an elected council member, and I don't have our sheriff in front of us. I don't have our multitude of elected police chiefs in front of us. I've got a political entity doing something that we don't know if we have any business in this. We don't know if it is. I heard what the people said. This is not neither pro nor con about this federal law, not at all, or our participation. It is a total lack of information, number one. You know, number two, do we have a problem here that our law enforcement needs to be involved in, and that should be their decisions. They should come to us and ask us, please put a resolution on the agenda supporting us in this activity. This is the tail wagging the dog. So I appreciate what Mr. Burke said, that he's considering postponement. I would say this, and other council members are shaking their head yes. I would say this, before I want to vote, and I'd never abstain, but believe me, I'm thinking about it tonight. Because I'm not opposed to this law, I need to know more about it. I want our public safety in this parish to be taken care of, the citizens of this parish, by our police chiefs, by our sheriff. I want them handling what the people elected them to do. And that is to take care of the public safety of the people that live and work in this parish. And that is overwhelmingly United States citizens. So, Mr. Burke, I would hope that you might consider a postponement. And, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your thoughts.
Just for confirmation, law enforcement agencies to participate in this program, is a resolution required? No. Okay. I know there's a lot of people in the queue, but Mr. Burke did want to make a motion. If anybody is opposed to that, would you mind if he goes first? Mr. Burke? I'm so sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, at this time, in light of what we've been talking about and listening to my colleagues as well as the public, I want to make a motion to postpone this indefinitely.
I'll second.
Motion second. Please vote. Do you want to talk? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I want to talk.
Okay. By all means, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Pat, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Impastato. As council members, we have a well-established process for when we want to have things above us addressed at the state level or the federal level. Legislators at either level do not move forward typically unless we provide a resolution suggesting that there's something that we specifically want them to go do and to get there to demonstrate that we support what it is they're going to go do. When we do that, then sometimes they'll take something forward. Examples are One Lake, the Highway 11 bridges replacement, the Highway 90 bridges replacement. We put resolutions in for every one of those items to support activity going on at the state or the federal level. Would state, and I guess my point is, I'm not aware of I've not seen a single letter from anybody in law enforcement in St. Tammany Parish. I've not seen a resolution from a single city council or municipal council saying that this is necessary. I have not heard from a single person in the police chief, the sheriff, the state police, Not a single person has come forward to us and said this is something we want, need, or really desire. My personal opinion is it's political grandstanding, and it's absolutely unnecessary. We've got plenty to focus on in St. Tammany before we start taking on national issues and addressing them, especially when the people that are affected by what we're going forward with are not asking for it. I think Randy Smith, as our sheriff, is more than capable of deciding whether he's going to participate in this program or not. And if he is, he'll make that decision. If he needs our help, he'll ask for it. But none of that has happened. None of that is out there. There is no evidence that anybody wants this. Now, I have the floor, Mr. Kugel. While I have the floor, I'm going to reiterate. I don't have a single letter. I've received not a single phone call. No one has spoken out in the chain of command that we're trying to go provide this top cover for that asked for it. I think it's overreach on our part to go do something like this. And I support Councilman Burke's motion, and I'll second it, to postpone this indefinitely.
Okay, the reason I was eliminating more comments, because we had a motion to postpone indefinitely in the second. We have 3 people in the queue. After that, we're going to finish. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Bender and Mr. Imbasada and Mr. Corbett. I think this is not our decision. I think that should be left up to law enforcement. And since the local law enforcement, the state or the federal law enforcement has not said we needed to pass this, I think we have enough problems without creating another one. And I think this is very immature and not needed. Thank you.
Mr. Rowling?
Yes, one comment, and I used it tonight, basically ditto. I'm really kind of disappointed in a way that we didn't have a sheriff in the audience. This might have made it a little bit easier, so I'm a little bit disappointed in the planning in that. But anyway, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Kugel, please be brief.
We've had several months in rededication arguing our interest in public safety. I don't think public safety is grandstanding, political grandstanding, Mr. Corbin. I just don't. We're not going to agree on that. That's all I have.
Okay. Seeing no more comments, there's a motion on a second to postpone indefinitely. Please vote. Complete waste of time.
The motion passes with 11 yeas,
Please.
1 abstention, and 2 absent.
Are we pulling number 5? No. Okay, number 6 is Resolution Council Series C-7097, a resolution approving the holding of an election in Fire Protection District Number 1 of the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, on Saturday, October 11th, 2025, to authorize renewal of a parcel fee therein. Mr. Laughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Katrina Handler.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
The I am, as I mentioned earlier, my district's kind of all over the place, but I do also include Slidell, and the fire chief has asked us to put on the ballot the renewal of the $39 parcel fee. Thank you.
Mr. Bender?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification of our public, okay? The council is charged with, if we want to put something on the ballot, if we've received a request to put something on the ballot, and as my colleague just stated, we have received a request to put something on the ballot, and that's the renewal of the parcel fee for Fire District 1. Then that's part of the council's duty. How we vote is really irrelevant, because if we put it on the ballot, then the purpose is for our citizens to have the opportunity to vote yes or no on a renewal, and I just wanted to make that clear. Mr. Chairman, if I could do a quick point of personal privilege.
Sure, sir.
This occurred and happened to be in my council district, and most, if not all of my council district is in Fire District 1. But I want to thank the lady that we saw on TV this week who had the forethought to call 911 immediately with that gentleman who had a seizure or something, and his truck ran into the Shenandoah Canal Reservoir. We saw the video of it sinking, and he was underwater for 1 minute. And I want to thank the firefighters from Fire District Number 1 and all of the firefighters at Fire District Number 1 for then responding promptly, because I don't think the man probably had 4 minutes underwater. They got there quick, they jumped in, they didn't think about their own safety, and they used the training that they had to get the man out of trouble and save a life. So I'd like to thank all of our fire districts and the firefighters that put their time in to save lives that aren't always fires. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please. Seeing no other comments, one thing I would like to add is I was very concerned about this, and I do think it's not a rubber stamp vote. People, particularly on the east side of the parish, are very concerned about their tax burden. We know that the fire department, Fire District 1, did receive a higher estimated amount on their tax revenue this year. But I have had a very good conversation with Chief Kaufman and with Commissioner Davis, and they have assured me that they're going to be as conservative with that as possible when it comes to tuning and potentially rolling back their millage. So I do feel much more comfortable than I did. So with that being said, I see we did have a motion. Second, right? Second was with Mr. Bender. We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? Please vote.
Has everyone voted?
Number 7.
All right.
You vote on the resolutions, not on the ordinances. Please vote.
You can do it verbally. I already hit the motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
No need to apologize. Number 7, right? We're on number 7. Resolution Council Series C-7098, a resolution approving the holding of an election in Fire District Number 11 of the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, on Saturday, October 11th, 2025, to authorize a renewal of a special tax election therein. Mr. Kugel.
Someone did this. I don't know. Was it?
All you have to do is make a motion.
Motion to
Motion approved, second by Mr. Laughlin. Is there any discussion? Would say thank you, Chief, for the information. I appreciate that. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 9 is Resolution Council Series C-7100, resolution to concur, not concur, Circle 1 with the Village of Folsom, annexation and rezoning of a 30-acre parcel from Parish R1 Rural Residential District to Village of Folsom A1 Residential. The property is situated in Section 4, Township 5, South Range 10, East, Ward 2, District 3, Ms. Kazadbon.
Yes, this is the property that is with the village, and they have requested it, and I'm grant their request.
I'm sorry, what was your motion?
To approve.
Motion to concur. Second by Mr. Rowling. Any discussion? Please vote. You want it now, Joe? Okay. Just take a bite.
Mr. Laughlin, what was your vote? Yay. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Chairman, I'd like to ask for a moment of personal
You
privilege.
have it, sir. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to take just a moment before we end the consent calendar, because when we're discussing, we were discussing Resolution Council Series C-7096. Councilman Kugel felt compelled to challenge my support of public safety and the rededication. I don't know how many times Mr. Kugel took the time to go out and speak on behalf of the rededication, but I know exactly how many times I went out and spoke on behalf of the rededication. There is no question regarding my support for our judicial system, our DA's office, our judges, or the jails that support them, and or the sheriff. So if there's any question, Councilman Kugel, I'd like to resolve that for you. There's none. And I can write the list out of all the places I talked about it and spoke to the public about it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, ordinances for adoption. Number 1 is ordinance calendar number 7822, ordinance amending the official zoning map, Exhibit 1 of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, and Chapter 400, zoning of the Parish Code of Ordinances in accordance with the coastal resilience land use recommendations, including zoning map amendments within the land area located in Districts 7 and 11 and bounded by I-12 to the northeast by Highway 434, Highway 433, and west by Highway 190 in St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana. Response to ordinance CS 23-5151, CS 24-5408, and CS 24-5409, which impose moratoriums on permits for the construction of certain buildings in St. Tammany Parish, Wards 4, 7, and 9, District 7 and 11, 2024-40-4099, Zoning Commission, Laughlin and Pistado. We need a motion and a second amendment to substitute. We also have some speakers. We will start with Mr. Cecil Hudson. Please state your name for the record.
Cecil Hudson, live in Covington, and I'm here tonight representing the North Shore Home Builders Association. And yes, I did check the yes position, which we typically don't check that box. And I stand here torn tonight because our industry represented here tonight has been abused, beat up, slandered, and accused. And I'm torn as to what our position really should be. But I did check the box, and we will say this, as in the amended form for this ordinance, is that, and I believe that standing in the shadow of tonight's, 14 and a half hours ago, Economic Development Week was presented.
15 and a half.
Yeah, maybe 15 and a half. And we as builders and developers are a part of that. But yet, it seems that we're the redheaded stepchild, and we're only asked to come to the table when it's beneficial. Other than that, we don't really have a seat at the table. So we're hoping that this amended ordinance, hopefully the ordinance that's before you, can carry over for a while and give us an opportunity to continue to visit, to continue to have good discussion, robust discussions, so that we can, and again, as was earlier discussed, thriving businesses can still be recognized for growth. Well, we're a part of that process, and developers, and that's why we come to you often to get zoning changes, is because when we can provide more density, then we can afford to participate with you as partners in infrastructure improvements. We carry that burden ourselves. We don't ask you for the funds. We bring the funds to the table. So we're just asking you for all of ordinances such as this, that you consider us. We are your citizens too. We are your constituents also. And we appreciate working with you. We appreciate when you invite us to come and talk to you and ask us what our professional opinion is. We are the third largest parish in the state. People come here not because of our traffic, not because of our drainage, but they come here because of quality of life. We as home builders and developers are part of that great quality of life to make St. Tammany Parish #1 in the state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kevin Davis, our former parish president.
Good evening, members. Kevin Davis, 718 Teddy Avenue, Slidell. I'm here in support of the amended ordinance. I want to thank Joe and Arthur and the parish president. I think this is forward vision when we're talking about those particular areas that are south of Highway 190. As you all know, this parish government purchased Camp Salmon so that it would be able to stay in those critical drainage areas. So tonight I just want to tell you thank you, and we endorse the amendment.
Thank you very much for coming, for staying so long. Next is Mr. Jeff Shane.
Good evening.
I was afraid being here so late this evening I'd go to sleep, but you guys made sure that I couldn't go to sleep tonight sitting here. Thank you for the opportunity, and I wanted to speak on this subject this evening. I had to be educated as it relates to this ordinance and the precepts that it was built on and the objectives that it hopes to attain. I'd start by saying that as I appreciated, probably Chairman Impostata and Councilman Laughlin have as much, if not more, to do with this than anyone else. But I do think it's a terrific initiative. And as I expressed yesterday in a meeting that I felt privileged to attend with stakeholders to discuss the ordinance, I do appreciate the quest and the need to try to protect and preserve people's homes, their family, their quality of life, by making sure that we make good decisions as it relates to development. I likewise appreciate the fact that the conversations I were in yesterday also will include making sure that certain properties in this zone might have an opportunity to work their way out if in fact they can demonstrate that the use and enjoyment of those properties don't threaten the health, safety, and welfare, the livelihood, the things that all of us want and like and enjoy in our parish. So the thrust of my message this evening is job well done. I'm very supportive of the ordinance. I understand that it may be amended in certain manners, and I realize it's to some extent still a work in process. But I would encourage all of you and all of us to recognize that even business and development lawyers like me, who also happen to be natives and multi-decade residents of this parish, need to make sure that we try to take a look at everyone's perspective as it relates to trying to achieve the balance that we need in this parish. Because I think by doing that, we will understand and respect each other all the more. Thank you for the
Well
time.
said. Thank you very much, Mr. Shane. Next is Ms. Donna McDonald. And I would say, while she's walking up here, Ms. McDonald's walking up here, that the second phase of this ordinance, now it will be separated in two, will be introduced next month. Come on up, Ms. McDonald. That is the target, to introduce it next month.
Good evening. Donna McDonald, 35075 Oak Ridge Avenue in Slidell. This is an ordinance, and this is a process that I've been working with for more than 2 years. It is highly important. I don't remember, and I apologize, from earlier this morning, or this evening, maybe it was this morning, but either Mr. Smith or Mr. Rowling made a comment about let's play it smart, and someone made a comment about we cannot disregard nature. I believe that this ordinance strongly works towards the ends of both of those two goals. Speaking of someone who has flooded 7 times in 20 years, the cost of flooding is not just the repair of the cabinets, the repair of the floors, cutting out your sheetrock, replacing your insulation. My family has been split up so that my children could continue to go to school while we were in the process of repairing flooded properties. Some of us still experience PTSD when we think that flooding situations are coming again. I've heard that it is too expensive to build above grade. Habitat for Humanity does. With some of the most marginalized, economically marginalized people in this parish, Habitat for Humanity considers that. Please learn from the mistakes of the past. There is nothing in this ordinance that says don't build, don't bring in economic development. It just says please do it sustainably and responsibly, and I think that's all that we're asking. This area is some of the most further south in the parish. It was said earlier that things flow south. So everything that happens north of us is being felt by the people that live in this area. Please, let's not lock citizens in unsustainable, unsellable, unfixable properties. The federal government is not stepping in for us anymore. There are no more elevation grants. We have to be responsible, and we have to pick up the ball and run with it. And I thank you for taking the initiative to do so.
Thank you very much. Mr. Allen, an author just texted me, he said he turned 53 today. He wants to leave before he's 54. So please be brief.
Thank you, Chairman Posado. And really, I'd like to step up here and thank all of y'all, Mr. Laughlin, Chairman Posado, President Cooper, and Ms. McDonald, too. I've been watching this process for 2 years. Y'all have worked tirelessly on it. And this is probably the biggest step forward in our development practices I've seen in 20 years. We've been doing baby steps. Y'all took that leap of faith, and I'm really proud of everybody for doing it. Thank y'all.
Mr. Laughlin, do you have a motion?
I have a motion, but All right. I have a motion. I think we need to clarify the amendment, just procedurally. But the one thing I want to say is what Joe and I have been working on, and Ms. Donna, you and I have been working on, and this, I'm just going to say that at this point we're at the no-brainer. We got Matthew Allen and Jeff Shane to agree on the same thing. So either we're making a really right decision or we're out of our minds, one of the two. So I'd like to make a motion, but first I think we need to clarify what the amendment we're making. You want me to do it?
Would you like to clarify? Please, just
Okay.
clarify it. I mean,
All
it's
right,
just basically
so-
moving RS2, right?
Yeah, so what we're
Temporarily.
basically doing is we're splitting this in half, just using geographical boundaries. So the coastal resilience overlay will apply to all of those areas within districts 11 and 7 that exist south of 190. And then we're going to postpone the portions that are north until we clarify things like, if
So
that's,
with the target to reintroduce next month?
Yes.
The new portion next month?
yeah.
So you have a motion?
To amend and reintroduce, is that what I'm?
We have to vote on the amendment, correct?
Right.
So motion on the amendment, second by Mr. Corbin. Please vote on the amendment, or the ordinance as amended.
Right.
And then next, we'll just need a
The
motion and a
motion is
second.
unanimous with 2 absent.
Right.
A motion, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes, I'd make that
Second by
motion.
Mr. Corbin? Okay, the motion is introduced. All right, number 2, ordinance calendar number 7826, ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish, Louisiana, to reclassify a certain parcel located on the east side of Lake Road, south of Sampson Road, from its present R1 Rural Residential District to an L2 Large Lot Residential District and S1 Suburban Residential District. Can I get a motion? Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Corbin.
Yep.
Any discussion?
Nope.
Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 3 is ordinance calendar number 7828, ordinance to address public comments, approve code administration, make minor changes and corrections, and clarify the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances parish-wide. Ms. Kazabon. Motion, Ms. Kazabon, second by Ms. Tanner. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 4 is ordinance calendar number 7843, ordinance to amend to address public comments, approve code administration, make minor changes and corrections, and clarify the St. Tammany Code of Ordinances parish-wide. Ms. Kazabon. Motion, Ms. Kazabon, second, Mr. Rowling. Any discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Phillips, what was your vote? You can. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 5 is ordinance calendar number 7844, ordinance to officially rename the 50-foot right-of-way identified on the attached survey from Delta Street to Lois Lane, Ward 3, District 2. Mr. Rowling. Mr. Rowling.
I'm sorry.
Motion, Mr. Rowling, second by Mr. Smith. I got you. Any discussion? Any discussion? Please vote. Ah, dang, sit there in space.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 6 is ordinance count number 7845, ordinance accepting finalized subdivision into road and drainage inventories, specifically Crosswind Cove subdivision, warranty obligations released on April 4th, 2025 by Department of Engineering, Ward 9, District 11. Mr. Laughlin. Motion, Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Corbin. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 7 is ordinance count number 7846, ordinance accepting a portion of Holiday Square Boulevard, RO3A032, Versailles Business Park, Phase 1, as per act of dedication and donation in Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Phillips.
So move.
Motion, second by Mr. Rolling. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Bender's light is on. I don't know if he wants
Please
to.
vote. Mr. Bender, did you have a comment?
No, sir.
Okay.
Do I have my thing on?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 8 is ordinance count number 7847, ordinance accepting finalized subdivision into road and drainage inventories, specifically Terabella subdivision, Phase 1A-8, warranty obligation released on March 17th, 2025 by Department of Engineering, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith. Motion, Mr. Smith, second by Ms. Kazadabon. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 9 is ordinance count number 7848, ordinance accepting finalized subdivision into the road and drainage inventories, specifically Terabella subdivision, Phase 1A-11, warranty obligation released on March 18th, 2025 by Department of Engineering, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Smith? Second, Mr. Rolling. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 10 is ordinance count number 7849, ordinance to authorize the Parish of St. Tammany through the Office of the Parish President to enter into a utility service agreement for the water and sewer services for Bellevue Estate Subdivision, Ward 3, District 11. Mr. Laughlin.
So moved.
Motion, Mr. Laughlin, second, Mr. Corbin. Any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 11 is ordinance count number 7850, ordinance to declare multiple tax adjudicated properties as surplus property and to authorize the parish to proceed with the process for the advertising and sale of such adjudicated properties. Mr. Laughlin.
Yes, so moved.
Second by Mr. Smith. Any discussion? Please vote.
What was your vote?
Yes.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 12, ordinance count number 7851, ordinance authorizing the Parish of St. Tammany through the Office of the Parish President to acquire certain parcels of right-of-ways or servitudes for the Mandeville Bypass Road, Wards 4, Districts 5 and 7. Mr. Phillips?
I so move, and I just want to say this was a long time in coming, and I'm glad to see it come.
Motion, Mr. Phillips, second, Mr. Smith. Please vote. Amen to that. Talking about the road or the meeting?
Has everybody voted?
Has everyone voted?
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 13, ordinance count number 7852AA, ordinance to amend the 2025 operating budget. Number 7, Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Tanner, second by Ms. Kazadabon. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 14 is ordinance count number 7853, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Amendment number 10, animal services capital projects. Ms. Tanner?
I make the motion.
Motion, second by Mr. Rolling. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 15 is ordinance count number 7854, ordinance to amend the 2025 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Amendment number 11, coastal restoration capital projects. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion, Ms. Tanner, second, Ms. Kazadabon. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 16, ordinance count number 7855, ordinance to extend the 6-month moratorium on the receipt of submissions by the Parish Planning and Zoning Commissions for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and/or the issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Development permits for the construction of certain building structures on property of the area bounded by north by Interstate 12 to the west by Old Todd Road and Transmitter Road and bounded by the east of North Shore Boulevard, Highway 433, south of Interstate 12 to Bayou Liberty, Jefferson Avenue, Napoleon Avenue, Florian Drive, Laurent Road, and Lake Pontchartrain, being a portion of Parish Council District number 11, Ward 7-9, District 11. Mr. Laughlin. Motion, Mr. Laughlin, second by Mr. Bender. Any discussion? Please vote.
Mr. Corbin, what was your vote? The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 17 is ordinance calendar number 7856, ordinance to amend the Parish Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 10, St. Tammany Parish Tourist Commission, Section 2-433, Membership, to provide for changes in membership, in Section 2-434, Tourist Commission Nominating Committee nomination and appointment procedures, to provide for changes in nominations and appointments to the Commission and Nominating Committee. Mr. Rowling, motion, second by Mr. Smith. Is there any discussion? Please vote.
Vote. The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Number 18, ordinance calendar number 7857, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Code of Ordinances, Chapter 28, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions. Article 3, Waterways, Section 28-121, Operation Special Speed Limits, definitions, to create an additional dead slow speed limit on portions of the Chafuncta River in Ward 4, District 4. Mr. Smith? Mr. Rowling? I know you wouldn't vote for that. Second by, no? Mr. Laughlin, second. Any discussion? Please vote. God, thank God Rick didn't talk. I knew it was coming.
Has everybody voted? The motion passes with 10 yeas, 2
Motion to
nays,
adjourn?
and 2 absent.
All right, finally. I don't know if it was nice, but it was a job. I like that. I will do that next time. That's